Welcome one, welcome all to SimSpeed TV. It's time to open endurance season for the V8SCOPS Championship in 2023. The 11th round of the season, the Sandown 500. We have 161 laps of Sandown International Motor Raceway coming up for you. And it is going to be fantastic. We have a massive field of cars, 2 drivers per car. It's going to be a V8 Enduro through and through. Who's going to win? We have absolutely no idea. We've got a few drivers coming in from outside the championship to make an appearance. It's going to be a lot of fun. We hope that you're with us for the whole proceedings here on SimSpeed TV, and bringing it to you all live on YouTube, Facebook, and Kick is myself, Reese Gardner, with Dan Yeaman alongside me in the comms box. Jay Kennedy is handling production behind the scenes. Dan, this has been something I've been looking forward to for a while. I always love V8SCOPS Enduro season. Super fun every single year, and it's genuinely one of the best experiences in sim racing.
I mean, yeah, we're bringing almost 45 cars onto the track here today. And, yeah, 2 drivers apiece going to have to make sure they work things out together and hope that the pairings are all set and sorted when it comes to pace and pace difference between each other. And, yeah, this is only my second time doing the V8SCOPS Endurance Cup from the broadcast angle here with you, Reese. But, yeah, I'm looking forward to this one as well, indeed. A real test of, both raw pace out on track, of course, but your execution with strategy and making sure that you are able to respond to any change that happen out on circuit. Namely, of course, that being safety cars that throw a bit of a wrench in the works when it comes to, well, the green flag run in comparison.
Yeah, exactly. Let's check out Sandown. One of the premier tracks in Australian motorsport, of course, famous for hosting the 500k Enduro for many years now. It's a simple track, Sandown, but it's certainly not easy. It has got plenty of braking zones, heavy braking zones, especially down the hill to turn 6 down to Dandenong Road at turn 9, and very harsh curbs around the circuit, particularly in turn 8. And at the chicane for turns 2 and 3. We already saw plenty of drivers put paid to that in the V8SCOPS support series on Friday and Saturday, Dan.
We sure did, yeah. I mean, it is a great circuit. And the fact that, there's plenty of challenge here despite the relatively simple-looking layout of the circuit. Of course, the run from turn 6 down to turn 9 being where that's a real great test of how much commitment you've got underneath you and how much you can get the car to do what you need to do. But as you said here on the other side of the circuit, turns 2 and 3, it's a pretty simple looking pair of 90-degree right-left corners there, and then setting up for another 90-degree left in the form of turn 4. But one, the fact that it sets up the run onto the back straight, of course, being super critical. But the fact that these cars and these drivers, they'll be up and over the curbs there through 2 and 3 in particular, but you can very easily get too much curb or just get the curb the wrong way, and that can fire the car off course as you're trying to get through the opening sector here of the circuit.
Yeah, Sandown has been around since 1962, and it's been through a few layouts in its history. Let's check them out. The track first opened with this layout here, which is a little bit simpler. Of course, Dandenong Road was faster, and the entry was a lot quicker too onto the start-finish straight. Then in 1984, it was extended for the World Sports Car Championship visiting here, but it wasn't too popular among the drivers, so the layout was retired shortly after and went to this layout here. And that has been the case since 1984, was the national circuit, and now is its current layout. Some fantastic history here at Sandown, and I'm really looking forward to seeing more history potentially being made in the sim world here. This is the format for tonight. We've got 3 qualifying groups going to be happening over the 55-minute qualifying session. Each group gets 15 minutes each, and then a 161-lap race. There is a maximum of 80 laps per stint for a driver, and minimum 54 laps that every driver has to cover. So I think that strikes a really good balance. Dan manages to let the co-drivers really have their way with the cars.
It will indeed, yeah. The fact that even if you're driver pairing here this week, for this season, I guess in general, because for the most part the teams will be basically set here and just start out with today's race. But we do have a couple of drivers subbing in as well instead of the expected pairings. But I think the important thing to note is, the fact that drivers do have to do a fair share of the lifting. It isn't mentioned on that little infographic, but it is kind of forced by the fact that you can only do 80 laps per stint. All teams will have to commit at least 2 driver changes during the race. And given the fact that if you can only do 80 laps at a time, or you get to lap 160 and still have to do a second driver change to make it home under these rules and restrictions that have been set out by the team at Oceanic Sim Racing here for the event.
Well, a couple of minutes left in practice. We can get a little eye in to just how pacey the drivers are out there. The top time in practice is a 106.06. That's been set by the number 94 car, which is being driven by James Scott and Jared Filsell in the Synergy Sim Racing WP concreting car. And of course, we have retro liveries out there, as well as a couple of interesting looking liveries from the likes of the real life drivers that have brought themselves into this race. Ryan Wood driving with Richie Stanaway in car number 62. We've also got Shane Van Gisbergen in the server. He is going to be driving in this race with goodness me, the name of the co-driver does escape me, though he does.
It is Brad Newman behind the wheel.
Brad Newman, that's the one. That's the one. With
SVG sharing that car there.
Yeah, of course. He, I mean, I had his name in my head, and then it just disappeared when I started talking. I'm sorry about that, Brad, but it'll be interesting to see how Shane and Brad, as well as Ryan and Richie, go in this race. Car number 13 as well. Part of the Gutter Night race on Oz crew, Luke Mitchinson at the wheel of that car. We have a full complement of teams here, and one of the big team news items, I suppose, as of recent, Dan, is that Pursuit Sim Racing, that we've been singing their praises for quite some time now, they have merged with Altus Esports. They are now part of the Altus Esports team. That is going to be very interesting going forward. Yep.
As of, news breaking Thursday afternoon and evening, that, the Pursuit Sim Racing name and team would be effectively retired from competition here in Australia, and I guess technically worldwide, although Pursuit very much obviously based and focused here, and marks the return of Altus to Australian sim racing competition on a more substantial scale since really the team expanded its efforts towards the international scene and competition and an international driver roster in turn. Very much is a different, I guess it almost feels like a return to roots, I guess, for the team. As part of all of this as well, former Pursuit drivers Andrew Gilliam and Job Stewart have been promoted to the main Altus Esports roster, with the remaining Pursuit Sim Racing drivers, which includes Blake Purdy, Geordie Sinai, Teo Sorono, Rob Carmichael, Seth Brown, Sebastian Vandal, Andre Youssef, and Mike Taliancic will be forming the initial drivers of the Altus Australia roster. So, on one hand, good to see Altus back racing in the local scene. At the same time, I guess for me, my thoughts on the situation, I guess, Reese, is that, that's one hell of a legacy that these drivers now that in the green and gold variation of the Altus paint are going to have to live up to. And sure, it might take them some time to get settled in, I guess, but we'll have to see if they can not suddenly, I guess, but if they can start working their way forward and bringing that Altus name back to the front of these grids here in Australian sim racing.
Indeed. The future is looking very interesting for the former Pursuit Sim Racing team and now part of the Altus squad. Qualifying is now active, and it is the cars that pre-qualified from 45th to 31st active in this first 15-minute session. And it looks like Tim Mulford for Phoenix Racing Team is going to be the first to get a lap on the board. Let's follow him around here on this lap around this brilliant circuit. It is flat. It has some elevation change, but it is incredibly difficult to get an entire lap correct. Mulford through turn 1 now, heavy braking for turns 2 and 3, rides the curbs nicely in the chicane, and then turn 4, one of the slowest corners on the track. And you got to get the exit right for the run down the back straight, little kink, and then the most difficult part of the circuit, the run down to Dandenong Road.
Here we go indeed. Turn 6, first of all, got to make sure you're setting up here as you are on the right side of the road. Get on the curb there. Good start here, it seems, from Mulford. A little conservative, perhaps up and over the curbs at 7 and 8, but again, this is the very first qualifying lap. Better get something on the board, and then you can work on pushing later on in the session. Out of 9, little kink there counts as turn 10. Then the final chicane here as the last 2 proper corners in 11 and 12, staying away from the final apex. Looks pretty neat there from Mulford. A little bit of a kink to straighten up onto the front stretch here at Sandown. And of course, at a 107.241. Going to be the first time on the board. It beats the Alpha Venturi 57 machine directly behind. But there we go, 106.6 from Rob Carmichael. Going to immediately eclipse what Mulford was able to do. And the times will start flowing in now as we see the Willie Binns car also go 106, but it will be Ian Ford, 106.3, moving the benchmark forward in this opening group.
Ian Ford, one of the veteran drivers of the Australian sim racing community. He's been a part of Evolution Racing Team pretty much since its founding, and he's still active in SCOPS today. Awesome to see. Car 209, the Team Jinx Shifters, Henry James Racing entry. We've got Brett Loxton at the wheel of that car. He's going to be driving with Thomas Hens. They go for P7 on that particular lap. And now that is the opening salvo almost done. For these drivers, they have to continue on. The Pacific Esports Racing car 393, Simon Vella at the wheel of this car. That was a bit of a messy run through the S's, so we probably won't be too happy with that. Let's see what he and Stephen Banks can do further towards the end of this qualifying session as the next part of our times go flowing in. Actually, most of them pulling back to the pits because the opening lap is done. Of course, these cars are best on their tyres straight out of the box, so come straight back in and get it done once more.
Yeah, it looks like Dan Hall going to be the exception to the rule and taking the 462 around once again here. Although I think basically he did a 106.9, got himself up into P6 with that lap just then. One lap off sequence, so we'll expect this car to head to the lane in due course and then cycle back out behind everyone else. As see here, Rob Carmichael, the first of the Ulster Australia cars in qualifying here, Reese. Currently sitting P2, but now got to find nearly 0.3 of a second to eclipse what Ian Ford has set down as the benchmark for this group. And does have the Vermilion 026 machine, which has currently got Timothy Vaughan behind the wheel, mere 4/1000ths of a second behind them as well. So it is a little tight here for positions in the top 5 or so at the moment, barring the race lead, or the leader of qualifying at this stage. Now the dance here at Sandown looks like the draft is going to be valuable to just a fair few people.
Yeah, Aaron Gilbert here in car 203 for Team Jinx Shifters. Championship leader of the V8 support category that raced last night. He'll be hoping for a bit better luck here on the Sunday. It didn't go too well for Aaron Gilbert in the support races, but he's going to be setting his first time on the board right in the midst of traffic as well. So we'll see what kind of time he can get down. Didn't look like he quite lined up the final corner to his liking, but across the line he will come. It will be a 107.1. That puts them 11th so far, but pretty much everyone else is now out on their second hot lap. Let's see what Simon Vella can do in the Pacific Esports Racing car. It looked like a lock-up from Chris Miller in the Fishy 666 ahead of him, and it's looking a bit close here. I reckon that Vella is going to get some slipstream down the back straight, but he'll have to be careful of Chris Miller potentially making a mistake ahead of him and ruining the final sector.
Yeah, this is the risk, of course, with an open qualifying and trying to get a bit of toe down the back stretch. Not going to match might have to worry about cars making mistakes ahead of you here. So far, there you go, this group here through turn 6, 7, 8, looking all under control here, and all of everyone pulling it up for turn 9 as well in good measure. So it looks like a chance for the Pacific Esports Racing entry to get this one worked out here. There we go, there's the spin, thankfully just far enough ahead there, Reese, that it won't hurt the 393 all that much, if at all. And goes to a 106.7. That'll put them up inside. They go P6 for them as the Blackhawk Motorsport car, I believe that was, just promoting itself to P4 at this stage. Chris Mill there, unfortunately, looping the 666 Fishy Motorsports entry there at turn 12. We'll dive straight for the pit lane to reset the car.
Convenient spot to spin right next to pit entry. Had to wait, of course, for the pack to go by. All right, Alpha Venturi Racing, Zach Vlasblom, he promoted himself up a position briefly, but it looks like the Phoenix Racing Team entry overcame him. So Vlasblom will undoubtedly bring that straight into the lane once again. And that will be that for that particular stint. We're coming up now to the end of this first session. It's going to be 15 minutes in, so the time should end at 40 minutes for this session. So there's still time for, I'd say, 2, maybe 3 more hot laps if you time it right from this point.
Yep. See here what drivers can do. I think I'm not really seeing big moves forward at this stage. Saying that, yeah, the Ultra, Rob Carmichael has moved the number 24 slightly further forward there. So now has about a 10th back to the Vermilion Motorsports entry, but unfortunately, small gains for him on that one. Currently on board with what I think will be the 115. It is going to be Ian Ford there, as we see that was Chris Miller and Dan Hall flash by. So 40 looking to try and go a little better, and of course, whilst he's towards the back of the pre-qualifying times, certainly if you can get yourself a couple of tenths here in a field like V8SCOPS, and that will certainly mean quite a few places up for grabs, as Chris Miller will bring the 666 around the last couple of turns. Start another chance at a flying lap here for him. Looking to go better than a 106.7 is this machine.
Using all of the tarmac on the braking zone for turn 1. What he needs to find is about 4 tenths if he wants to get provisional P1. Ian Ford in the 115 is still up the top by 2 tenths of a second over Rob Carmichael in the Altus Australia 24. So let's see what Miller can do. 20.9 in Sector 1. It looked pretty clean. Let's see how fast it actually is when he comes down to Dandenong Road. Hop across the curbs, avoid that curb on the driver's left. Very harsh through turn 8. And nice and stable across the curb at turn 9. Tim Mulford with a massive improvement there, going up to 8th place in the Phoenix number 85. Nicely done. But it's the end of the lap here for Chris Miller. Use the pit entry. Shot on the run to the line. A little bit of oversteer through the final kink. 107.2. And unfortunately, that is not quite where he would like to be. Has to find some kind of improvement in the final 4 minutes. Dan Hall, meanwhile, is completely backed out of this lap. Looks like that's the number 11 of Damien Cairns there as well. Looks like 11 is one of the cars that
14.
hasn't... sorry, 14, yes. Accelerate Endurance. My apologies. I was looking at the wrong number. 11th place at the moment for the Accelerate Endurance car. Gearing up for a hot lap. Justin McLean, in the Blackhawk Motorsport car brings it into the pits behind. So let's see what Damien can do to improve on P11. Try and get into the top 10. He and Dan Hall were both gearing up for a hot lap. They're going very slow, trying to not overheat the tires too much, because once these tires get up to temperature, it's very easy to boil that rubber and lose all your grip.
And Dan Hall just ahead is completely slipped it off the turn 4 curb there, so he will abort that run in front. So that clears the road, though, for Cairns at least. No one within a good 20-odd seconds for him. So make sure he can now focus on turn 6. Use a little bit of the entry road, but crucially use the curb there at the top of the hill. And then flow it down to turn 9. Dandenong is in a little deep. Does have the curb there to work with on exit, but you see there the slide as the car gets up and over the curb on the exit of 9. This will hurt him by a couple of tenths.
Yeah, hooks up the curb a little bit through the final chicane, and he's going to commit to the end of this lap. So what can Damien Cairns do from here? 107.6. That is not quicker than the time that he's currently set. And have a look at this. Ian Ford once again going super slow out on track. He's trying to keep as much, as little heat, I suppose, in that rubber as possible. That's something that we talk about a lot with these cars. When they come out of the pits and they're on fresh tires, they are fast and grippy, but you only get a maximum of about 10 laps under race conditions until you start seeing a drop off in pace, and it's even more so in qualifying. Ben Christensen is going to bring the ANZ Motorsports number 9 across the line and begin his next hot lap, trying to improve on P13.
And for these drivers here, this is going to be pretty much it, given the time left on the board. So right here with the number 9, both in the sim and also with the zoom feed. See here, mounting the curbs for 2 and 3. Use a little bit of the curb to open up the entry to turn 4, and same with the exit 2. And
he's not happy.
Not happy indeed. In fact, I think if we look closely at the zoom feed, Reese, I think we can actually see his delta bar. It's not much, but it's just slightly down on what he's chasing. And he's going to have to either pull something big here in the third and final sector, or might just call it quits. But we'll float right on with him still at the very least, because continuing to push down through Dandenong, plenty of apex curb in usage there. Setting up, hopefully, for the last couple of turns at maximum tack.
Yeah, this is going to be Ben Christensen's final attempt at a hot lap. There is only 1 minute left in qualifying, and he probably won't commit to another hot lap from here. 107.1. Meanwhile, just behind, the ERT 115 improves to a 106.3. That's good stuff there from Ian Ford. A little bit of an improvement in the final moments of the session. The 209, meanwhile, let's see what Brett Loxton can do. He is going to bring it into the pits, because that was a bit of a loss of traction on the exit of the final corner. Tim Mulford has managed to just make it into another attempt at a hot lap. Benjamin Smith improves to P10 in car 947. Now we wait and see how the drivers who have just started a hot lap do. That is the session over. Anyone who's currently on a lap can finish it.
So Timothy Vaughan was the last car across the line, but not on a lap. Rob Carmichael might be our last car to check in with, as we'll watch here. Dan Hall will bring the 462 towards the line. That was awfully close to the wall on the inside, but that's okay. Unfortunately for him, it's only an improvement of about 7/1000ths of a second, but every little bit might just help you. The 203, Aaron Gilbert, will not continue with that run there, nor will Christensen, and having finished his lap up last time around, that makes sense. Vincent Skilbeck, let's see here, that's unfortunately down, so that he will not commit. Nor will Mulford, having done that 107.2. Justin McLean follows in. Looks like at this stage, everyone pretty much going into the lane, with the exception of Benjamin Smith.
Oh dear. Okay, probably a little caught out there by cars slowing down on pit entry. Vermilion Motorsports, meanwhile, the 026 car with Timothy Vaughan at the wheel, doing very well in this session. That is the end of their run, and it looks like the track is going to fall silent for the next few minutes as we check out the results from that first session of qualifying. Ian Ford, 2 tenths ahead of Rob Carmichael. Vaughan, Loxton and McLean round out your provisional top 5. So 106.32 is the time to beat.
Yep, that's looking pretty decent there. I mean, given the fact that if that time had been set in practice, that would have been good for a position, I think, at about just around or outside the top 10 there. Times in qualifying stretching between 106.3 and a 107.1 for the first 15 cars. So we'll see where that ERT car ends up, because I would think. Of course, qualifying will move the marker forward. The question just really is going to be how much, and we'll see how much drivers have left in the bank during practice. Conditions in the sim today, I'd have to say, looked like they're pretty similar to what was at Sandown in the real world yesterday and today, I would suggest. I got a chance that you go see some of the racing that's on this weekend yesterday before I plonked my butt down here to talk a couple hours of the virtual stuff for this afternoon. You can see, though, things fairly steady in terms of conditions-wise, but 18-degree air temperature, 29-degree track temp, very light winds coming from the north, and only a little bit of cloud cover to try and keep the track temperatures down. So at this stage, I say it's all pretty happy, pretty favourable. Drivers will certainly be able to get the most out of their car, I would think, in these kinds of conditions.
So 2 minutes to run down until the start of the next session, and the safety car is out there. Just doing a bit of a recon lap of the track. Of course, manual safety cars in V8SCOPS, if this is your first time watching. The crew at Oceanic Sim Racing jumping in the Porsche Cayman 718 GT4 car. And if there is a big enough incident out on track and a driver is not able to make it back to the pits under their own power, they must request a tow from race control. And if the car is not in what is considered a safe spot to allow the track to stay green while the car is recovered in the real world, then the safety car will be brought out. And we should note that for the race, there is a possibility of random safety cars. It's not just for incidents on the track. There is an RNG sort of aspect to this. Apparently between 1 and 5 random safety cars will be deployed during this race, but we don't know how many there will actually be.
I mean, yeah, always got to look out for the roos, even if they don't hurt as much if you run into them on the sim. Definitely want to make sure we avoid accidentally sending Skippy to perhaps a better place, but that would be rough.
The meat section at Woolies, probably.
Yeah, we wouldn't want that. That would just don't want to add him to the gourmet section, please. No.
In any case, that's going to be 20 seconds remaining before the next group comes out. The cars that set 30th to 15th place in pre-qualifying, and then there'll be another 5-minute break after another 15 minutes. And for the final 15 minutes of qualifying, we will have the big guns, the top dogs, the top 15 in pre-qualifying making their way out onto the track. Green flag for Group 2, and we are away. So, looks like leading the charge out of the lane is Seth Brown in the Altus Australia number 5. Again, former Pursuit Sim Racing car there. Seth is currently alone in the car at the moment. I'm unaware of who he is driving with, but we shall see how he goes in this session. And immediately Hayden Veld in the Synergy Sim Racing West End Mazda Group car going to the front of the queue. He is in a rush to get his lap on the board.
Yeah, well, differing strategies. I think maybe push a little harder on this first lap, get out, get one on the board indeed. Seth Brown teamed up with Andre Youssef for the Endurance Cup here in V8SCOPS for 2023, so we'll see Andre in the car, it seems, during the races, perhaps, unless they even perhaps maybe contemplate a driver change during qualifying. Guess we'll see. But yeah, indeed, looks like it will be Veld who will commit to leading these drivers around on the first flying lap. In behind him, we've also got the 307 Fishy Motorsports entry, Michael Angus behind the wheel of that car there. And now you can see them settle the cars down, back it up a little bit here, does Veld to really open up turn 12. No surprises there really to do that though. Let's see here as we ride on, not on board and so, but we've got Veld's webcam with us, and once again that slightly concerning baby doll that he seems to like throwing up for us in these zoom shots as well. Also a pretty wicked pair of sunnies to go with the baby, but alas, how about I'll leave you to talk about the lap instead?
It's looking pretty stable so far. Veld has obviously got his focus face on, and he rode the curbs very nicely in the chicane, but that's a little slippery over the curb. He's probably not 100% happy with that, although you'd never know by his face. Tends to be quite chill, does Hayden Veld. And down into the S's he comes, and that was very close to exceeding track limits. We'll see if he decides to bring this in right at the end of the hot lap. It's going to be awkward if he does, though, because he's got two cars rapidly chasing, Seth Brown and Michael Angus, and that fishy 307 car looking very close. Veld is going to commit to the end of this lap. So let's see what time is set on the board for car 053, 106.5 P2. And as the times come flowing in, looks like Fishy Motorsports to P2, Michael Angus running a 106.49, 95 Sim Sports, Riley Bilson up into 5th place. There goes Blake Warboys up to P2 in the WKMP Sim Sports 63. Geordie Sinney in the Altus Australia 111 is going to set a time good enough for 4th on the board as things stand.
Yep, and crucially, that is now a grand total of, I believe I can count right, 5 cars between Ian Ford's time in Group 1 and Rob Carmichael's time from Group 1. He was sitting 2nd when called checkered flag on the drivers in that session. Of course, we might see a few more of these drivers here in Group 2 able to work their way up and close the margins even more, because we do have some pretty tight margins. Closest at this stage, I believe, looks like you've got 2 drivers. The gap between 5th and 6th between Hayden Veld and the 017 Piff Puff Racing entry. Brian Borg behind the wheel of that one is 5 1,000ths of a second, but we can also say the same for Carmichael's time in Group 1 and Riley Bilson's first time here in Group 2, also 5 1,000ths of a second. Practically everyone in the pit lane, although Jacob O'Reilly might be the exception to the rule here, it seems, as he's going to continue on, although, lo and behold, there are cars on the back straight and a mix of going slow and actually going slow-ish. Whereas O'Reilly is definitely keeping the foot in it.
Yeah, it looked to me like Jacob O'Reilly just set a hot lap there. He put the Archer Brothers car into P13, so this is an in-lap for him. He's probably just rushing to get back into the pits so that he can get back out there. He's a little bit off sync, everyone else. Let's see then what these drivers can do. Connor Nixon, at the moment, coming towards the end of a lap, and I think he's committing to the end of that one. Troy Maguire here, gearing up for another lap in the Fishy 063. So, across the line he will come to begin the lap. Maguire, a driver that certainly has pace on his day, and I feel like he's had a lot of potential for good results, but sometimes just doesn't go his way. So he and the Fishy crew will certainly be hoping for a bit more out of this. He's driving with Matt Whitaker in the V8SCOPS Enduros.
Well, yeah, moments here, moments there. I guess in saying it sort of feels like all the same. I guess our right up the front runners have felt pretty consistent, apart from Rehan Leonage really sort of making staking a claim to things for himself this season so far. Really sort of taking it to guys who usually have been contesting. But let's see here what Maguire's got for us. Looks like we've got that pulled up quite nicely for turn 11, because he really opens the entry to turn 12 in the process. Winding up here, it's going to be in the 106s, it will be a 106.6. No, 106.877. Apologies. That will drop him, though, in 21st place at this stage. For him, though, that looks like that will potentially count as a banker of sorts for now. Does have until... pardon me, actually, I'm trying to think, are we coming up on... No, we've still got over 5 minutes. In fact, we've got 8.5 minutes remaining in this session for this group, so there's still plenty of time for the 063 to work forward from there.
Connor Nixon, meanwhile, crossed the line and set a 106.57. Good enough for ninth. And there is a new provisional P1. Hayden Veld runs the fastest lap of the session so far. Luke Mitchinson only 0.06 of a second behind in P2. That is a big statement there from Hayden Veld. He's always shown great skill in these cars, and I think that that time should serve them well towards the end of the session.
Yeah, it's still tight though. Only able to beat Ian Ford's lap by 8, nearly 9/100ths of a second. And that just tells you here at the moment for this group of drivers, yeah, we're only talking marginal amounts of gains and losses. So we'll be curious to see how they can do it here. Mitchinson, put a good time on the board at this stage for him. Which makes me wonder how many cars challenged the 105 bracket in qualifying from our final group of 15. Ken Latta looks like here has just started a lap and certainly giving it plenty of attack over the curbs in the opening sector race. 20.9 for him there. Unfortunately, we can't compare directly to Veld's provisional P1 time sectors, which obviously would be ideal for being able to see where he's at in comparison. But let's see here, 17.7 as well in nearly 40 seconds, or not even 40 seconds, therefore, at that sector marker. I think this is on to be all right. Still doesn't have a time on the board, though, so needs to at least get something, and might need to compromise in that case.
Brian Borg in the Piff Puff car, going to P5, 106.479. Here comes Kenneth Latta to the line. It's going to be a 106.7. That is an improvement. Moves them up to 19th overall. Ken should still have another opportunity to set a time in these final 6 minutes of the session. The fishy 063, meanwhile, Troy Maguire is back out on circuit. Here is Ryan Borg in the Piff Puff Racing car. Certainly going for that more retro kind of color scheme, of course, with relevant sponsors replaced with those of the team. And that will be the end of that particular run for Borgie. I think he'll bring it into the pits. No, actually, he's going to commit to the end of this lap. Let's see what time this is an improvement of. Does it improve?
No, it's an outlap, I think.
No. Okay, it is an outlap. Goodness. I'm about as off sync as some of the drivers in this session. Archer Brothers, though, I just saw them improve, I think, to P12. Either that or it was the Banter Alliance car going up to 11th. No, I was right. It was Archer Brothers improving to P12. Nicely done. We're going to have a big salvo of times coming across in the next few minutes because there is a pack of cars on the front straight that have just started their next laps, so we should prepare for that. Looks like a very good opening sector there from Brian Borg, 20.7. We've usually been seeing 20.9s when we've been focusing on sectors for cars, so let's see what Sector 3 brings him here down into turns 11 and 12. Just run over the curb, kiss the curb on the left-hand side, a little bit of oversteer on the exit, and nah, Borg's not happy.
Yeah, I mean, odds could easily have been that was just a matter of hundredths, and that little slide was enough to tip it the wrong way there. As we focus on Riley, we just saw the number 5 Altus Australia car slide up into P8, which means the 3 Altus cars that have gone out so far today are now lined up 7th, 8th, and 9th at this stage. In a little deep 11 and 12, that's going to be compromised surely on the exit, and yeah, straight away aborts the lap does Riley Bilson. So no time there. 106.5, close but not quite for the 111. Looking to improve on a 106.512, so about 800ths the wrong way there for Matteo Sorono behind. So Geordie City behind the wheel of the 111 at this stage. Geordie sharing the car with Tao Sorono, so we will see Sorono, it seems, during the races for that entry. The Vermilion 168 down at Dandenong Road looks to be setting. No, he's pushing on. Pardon me. So no, I think we might be looking at a car. He's on a lap here. Brings it into the last couple of turns. Again, also a little deep at 11. Being told, nope, this is the outlap. And getting ready to push here on with 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, Fishy Motorsports 025. Michael Whiting at the wheel just broke into the top 10 as well. 106.55, or 56 if you round it up by 1,000th. Hayden Veld has brought it back into the pits. I don't know if he's going to be heading back out, but definitely would want to give himself a bit more of a margin to Luke Mitchinson if the steady improvements throughout the session are anything to go by. Let's focus then on car 168, Connor Nixon in the Vermilion Motorsports car. Coming down to turn 6. On the brakes, got a couple of cars taking to the runoff area there, and oh dear, wow, okay, they were all letting him go, and I think it's very lucky that Nixon was able to avoid that, but how much has that hurt his lap, having to take that slight bit of avoiding action?
Every little bit can hurt.
Oh, that's a lot of curve. Too much.
Yeah, and aborts immediately. We'll get just enough time here to, in fact, well, actually has enough time to take a while and settle, because look at this here. Mitchinson, I don't like the look of that there, the 13. And it does get down here out. By the time he's down in the middle of the road, oh, I do not like. It's a difficult place to be in, but it's just sort of, we see there in the background one of the 9.5 cars. I think that might have been, actually, don't know, maybe the WKMP car there, given that that's the car in behind. There was a bit of red that I was looking for. They completely just bailed out to the, basically the runoff at turn 6. So that's what you'd like to see in terms of just making sure your odds of getting entangled with someone else is basically none. That there, a little close to comfort. Well, yeah, both the 168 and the 13 both, although Mitchinson certainly pressing on here on this next attempt.
That 9.5 car behind him was a little bit leery over the curbs. Might have gotten an off track, not too sure. But either way, Mitchinson coming to the end of a lap here. Is this going to be the time he needs to get provisional P1? Has to be to 206.23. 106.23, and does not, unfortunately. And Blake Warboys just ahead improves to P2. So that is another little tiny margin to Hayden Veld that he has to worry about. And Veld is already back out on the track. He is coming up to the last couple of corners here. And we should see one final run from Synergy 053. But Nixon in the Vermilion Motorsports car will likely be coming to the end of the lap here. And Hayden Veld beginning the next lap. Didn't look like any big improvements, if any, on that run of laps. So now the session ticks down into its final 10 seconds. Who has got what it takes here to get one final fast time on the board?
Yep, it'll be the number 5 as the last car across the line in time. So the 654 machine there in front of Shot's going to go first and commit as the Fishy Motorsports car pulls in. 6374 is an improvement, a nice improvement from Zach Mack there. O'Reilly, unfortunately, does not improve. That will be him. Geordie City has improved to a 6.43. The 063 machine up next here, but will not commit. Maguire is done. Connor Nixon coming up to 11 and 12. Oh, I was having to think about it and commit twice to the turn in. He will go for it here, Reese. Only got one time to his name. It's good enough for P13 at the moment. Misses out by 0.02 of a second there on improving.
What about Hayden Veld then as Latter improves? Hayden Veld goes 106.303, not an improvement there. Seth Brown will improve to P7. Nicely done there. And it looks like that is just about it for the drivers that were on hot laps at the time.
Yeah, Seth was the last car that got across the line in time, following Veld around. So that is now what our top 10 looks like, with Veld, Warboys and Mitchinson able to depose Group 1, the fastest time from Group 1 in the hands of Ian Ford. Then see McDonald, Cine, Brown, Borg and Angus get in between 40 and Rob Carmichael, who finished up Group 1 in second place. You see here, though, looking at just 3 and a bit tenths. Nice and competitive when it comes to the flying lap here. And there we go. 2 1,000 of a second separating Whiting and Bilson there for 11th and 12th. Only a 10th in it then for Nixon and Chastanet in behind. So, yeah, the fact that we've got, there you go, 20 cars, basically half a second with some change. This midfield is going to be interesting to watch, I would suggest, over the course of a full race distance.
All right, then. All the times there so far. Now we wait for a little bit longer for the time to tick down, and the final 15 minutes of qualifying will be active soon. Safety car back out on circuit just to make sure that everything is A-OK out there. I've really enjoyed seeing manual safety cars being introduced over the years and seeing how it's affected the racing. Big thanks to Logitech G as well for their support of safety car here in V8SCOPS.
And I think manual safety cars, just on that point, given the limitations of coding the safety car to be constant basically wherever it goes, and the fact that, of course, this is built off the old Papyrus NASCAR games, probably where you should trace the lineage most directly to prior to iRacing existing. So the fact that it does follow iRacing rules and as such. So good to see that we do have the ability to, just modify things a tiny bit through the inclusion of the manual safety car and run things the way that fit best with how the racing is down here and on a road course instead of an oval as well to boot.
Well, 1 minute and 15 seconds until Group 3 of qualifying goes out, and that's going to be the real heavy hitters. The drivers who ran the fastest times in pre-qualifying will be taking to the track, and considering the times that we saw in practice, well, Hayden Veld's 106.23 will undoubtedly be beaten by at least a few cars. Veld was able to get 9th place in practice with the time that he set, which was a 102.26. So I think that Synergy car is good enough for a top 10. We'll have to wait and see, though, whether or not a few more will be able to break in to that top 10. Of course, we can expect that Alpha Venturi, 093, and the Synergy car of Phil, Sell, and Scott are going to be the ones competing for that top spot.
I mean, yeah, we do have some pretty heavy hitters from the scene here. Now, the Alpha Venturi 093. You might be wondering, well, if you haven't checked the entry list, that is to say, you might be wondering who's behind the wheel of it. Well, the answer there is Jake Burton's been drafted in to that car alongside, I believe it's Jordan Saberis. So, and yes, indeed it is Saberis. So that's where that car is coming out. And once again, looks like it should be Andrew Gilliam to lead Group 3 out. And as we said, this is the return of Altus to the main Altus team, as it were, technically to the V8SCOPS as well this year. He's sharing that car with Job Stewart, as they've now both been brought up into the main Altus roster.
Yep, Andrew Gilliam and Job Stewart in Altus colours for the first time. The blue and orange returning to V8SCOPS. I'm expecting big things out of this pairing this weekend. Gilliam, of course, fighting for the championship with Rayan Leonage, but let's not talk him up too much, otherwise will commentators curse him out of an internet connection. Take it easy through the last couple of corners, and oh dear, this is not good. Right at the front of the queue too. Oh well, we are away, and it's time to get things started for the final group of qualifying. Dylan O'Shea in the 9.5 car behind. Let's see what times are set by these incredibly quick drivers.
Yeah, this will be interesting to watch. We also
Someone's
have
off.
Yeah, lock up.
ERT, Sebastian Flock.
Yeah, okay, indeed, yep. Tracking the weeds. Bit of a mistake there from Seb. As in the background there, we just see that's Brenton Hobson in the number 88 Synergy sim racing car. Big slide for him. He aborts as everyone else will carry on up the racing line towards turn 6. Gilliam pressing on here at the head of the group. Got some space behind him as well. So no need to worry about that as well. Looks like, again, fairly orderly, neat and tidy on these first runs for most of the drivers here. Again, time isn't really a concern just yet. So they will happily take a moment. And immediately, Andrew Gilliam put a number in the 105s, but he is beaten by James Scott, going to a 105.824. And
these are some hefty times being set here.
Leonage to 3rd, Shane Van Gisbergen 4th, Burton in P5, Brady Myers in the return of Trans-Tasman Racing to V8SCOPS for 2023 puts the car number 1 machine as well, the defending series champ. Unfortunately, haven't had a chance to see him race the full season here this year. P6 for him at this stage. Griffin Gardner, and then Ryan Wood, Jordan Ross. And, Hayden Veld has now been demoted back to 10th with that one. He has been able to best Dylan O'Shea, although, of course, this is the opening round of laps for the drivers here.
Brady Myers driving with Jake Maloney for V8SCOPS Enduros. It's nice to see TTR back in V8SCOPS. And also good to see that James Scott and Jared Filsell have come back as well for a run at the Enduros. And I tell you what, that lap is really stonking from SSR and from Altus 201 as well. We didn't see a single time in the 105s in practice. Problem for the Synergy 88 car. Looks like Brenton Hobson's managed to get it going, but he is blocking pit entry at the moment. Get that thing going.
That's so have a moment on the exit of turn 4. You boarded the run there. Looks like, yeah, it's gotten a little... How you going sideways on him. Despite all of that, apparently the lap counted somewhere along the way. So brings it into the pits. Stacked up a bit hard there, and he gets a bit of a helping hand from behind. Well, I suppose if you're going to do it now in qualifying where they can reset the vehicles and they're all on in laps, I guess.
Yeah, true. Everyone back out on the track now, and they're in one group. Look at that.
Well, in some respects, good that they're all in one group. As here we go on board. Okay, so actually, pardon me, Hobbo didn't get a helping hand. As apologies there for. I believe that might have been Leonage, perhaps, in the number 79 that we were on board with there, looking at Hobbo just locking the rears as he also made contact. So, not surprising here that everyone's going to stick together. It does also mean that, I guess no one's going to be out of order, which is kind of good in that sense, because we don't want to see drivers having to negotiate a pack of cars that's out of sequence, as Burton's going to jump to the front of the queue on the run to turn 6.
Yeah, I saw that Myers sped up as soon as Burton was going by. I think he wanted to be at the front of the queue, but ultimately that will not happen. The Lobs Esport and Richie's Dock Shop cars trading spots there. Ryan Wood and Shane Van Gisbergen in those teal-coloured machines. Away we go then for this next salvo of laps. Jake Burton is the one who will lead the charge. Brady Myers in tow. And don't forget, Brady Myers is the reigning series champion. He is certainly a quick driver. Jake Burton also nabbing a couple of wins in V8SCOPS in his time here. And actually, interesting to note, I think this is the first time I've seen Jake Burton in a Mustang. We usually see him driving a Holden Commodore. Well,
this is technically Jordan Saberis' usual ride, although
this is true.
The paint scheme is very much unique for this one here. Actually, to say I do like the Aussie Mail throwback with this one here. Turn 6 will come on this time by. Riding the curbs pretty nicely, although this also you throw a comparison to the Myers in behind it, which looked a little more aggressive from the number 1. See if that translates to a better time through the start of Sector 3. Almost in a bit deep at 11. But looks to have not compromised turn 12 too much. Here comes Burton. Unfortunately, not going to be improvement on this second flyer.
Myers improves though, 105.9. O'Shea up 2. Van Gisbergen goes back to 4th. Ross goes to P8. Sebastian Flock up to P17. Griffin Gardner improves to P6. Brenton Hobson goes 11th fastest. That's a quick lap there from the SSR 88.
Indeed, yeah, that is nice to see. But yeah, James Scott's moved the benchmark forward, 105.698. Now puts him nearly, or over 2/10 clear of anyone else in the field. So the margin opening up right at the front. We'll see how that translates to the opening stint as such, as they'll race it on back to the lane. It's good to see also Rehan Leonage is in it here and getting the qualifying times on the board for number 79. Of course, he's embroiled in that championship battle with Andrew Gilliam for the season as a whole. But we'll have to talk about the endurance or the points situation such another time. As you and Jay coming off the back of a long day of broadcasting.
Yeah, a long weekend of broadcasting. If anything, we have V8SCOPS supports Friday and Saturday nights. We've just come out of broadcasting the Majors series, the Crandon World Cup. That was a very entertaining round, and definitely watch it on playback when you have the time. And of course, we have a pretty much guaranteed 3-hour race to come here. We won't be done until about 8 p.m. Australian Eastern, if even if the race goes very quickly. All right then, 6 minutes remain. And Fishy Motorsports car is the one leading the way out of the pits this time. It is Corey Shepherd, and actually, I'll correct myself, Ryan Wood. Well, for a moment I was wrong, but now I am right. Fishy leads the way.
So, are you clairvoyant or something, Reese?
Yes.
To be able to pick that one before our eyes actually told us the same?
Murray Walker once said he doesn't make mistakes, he makes predictions that immediately turn out to be wrong. Sometimes I make predictions that immediately turn out to be right, and not exactly intended as predictions. Anyway, beautiful view of the surroundings here in Springvale, Victoria. Sandown, of course, a horse racing venue as well as a motor racing track. The horse racing track on the inside, the infield of the car track. Sometimes bikes as well. Let's see then what Corey Shepherd can do. Corey has taken a couple of V8SCOPS wins in the past couple of years. He's always been pacey. That car is down in 18th position though, so they've got a little bit more to work with here before they can really stamp their authority on this session. And have a look at how aggressive he is over the curbs. He is climbing all over them on the entry into 4.
Yep, using everything he's got, it seems, because I mean, yeah, if you're being down in P18 right now, that's it's not what you want to see when you were able to pre-qualify in the top 15 for this field. So critical to be able to make sure that start making sure that you're up where your 1 lap pace should hopefully convert to race pace. Of course, it looks a little better there through turn 9, using entry and exit curbs without too much in the excess. And then here 11 and 12, let's see, opens up 11 nicely. Well, sorry, keeps 11 tight to open 12, but no, apparently either went a little wrong somewhere, maybe up in the opening sector. Either way, it'll be a reset for the number 6. Let's watch this pack of cars that are now working their way down the backstretch together.
Yeah, looks like a few cars not committing to the end of this lap, but James Scott right up at the front of this pack. being followed by Van Gisbergen and Wood. SVG giving a slipstream to his teammate, but oh no, he's messed up the second last corner just behind. Van Gisbergen into the barriers, and Wood peeling straight back into the pits. Across the line will come the SSR car, and it sets another 105, but Jake Burton improves massively from 7th to 2nd, down to a 105.8 now. And, well, looks like we didn't see many improvements on that run. There'll be one more opportunity for many of the drivers to work themselves out here, but yeah, wounded was the 671 of Shane Van Gisbergen. Unfortunate that he had that moment in the second last corner.
Yep, that's well, good to see they're pushing to the point where we're going to see little mistakes like that in qualifying. Unfortunate, it trips up a teammate per se. Yep, in a bit deep, gets the rear, and solid hit. Thankfully, neither car stuck anywhere. So, although that there will be.
Oh yeah, that was an escape without permission.
Yep, that'll be session done for the 671.
Oh dear.
They are at least, well, at best they're 5th.
Yeah,
and they might be able to hang on to that. So as we see here again, this the grouping here going to peel into the pits. Shepard has gone again on his own, and this is where again things get a little interesting. Is we've for the most part seen everyone cycle around together. Now we're starting to see drivers choose to do things differently here in the final couple of minutes of qualifying. So let's focus on Shepard for a second and see what he's got for us. 29.4. That doesn't.
no.
That's a couple of tenths off, I think, in Sector 1 at the very least. The 17.8, I think that was on Sector 2. That's a little better, but yeah, crucially. Yeah, we should be seeing mid 20-second laps. This might be well, a run up for Shepard indeed. Going to put his foot into it, but look at that there. That's a pack of traffic ahead of him. Thankfully, they're all, I think, starting a lap as well.
Yeah, everyone up to speed now. And actually, I mean, at least this pack is looking reasonable, but I think there's a pack ahead. Includes Burton, Leonage, Myers, O'Shea, Gilliam, and Scott. They're just up ahead of these guys, and they are going a little bit slower. They're on an out lap, it seems. So here's hoping that there isn't too much drama here at the end of the lap.
It's just the thing to be worried about now. I think most of these cars look like they're pushing on. They're going to catch up with this pack of cars.
Oh, no.
There we go.
Yeah,
the leading button. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Okay. Drivers off sync, going slow at the end of the lap. That's unfortunately ruined the runs of a few cars, but there are improvements. Altus Australia 777, Blake Purdy goes to 12th, and Griffin Gardner improving to 5th. That puts the Lobs Esports car back down to 6th. So we now have 6 cars total in the 1 minute and 5 second bracket. Let's see how this lap goes for these guys, as the checkered flag has already flown.
Indeed. That complete crush happened with about 20 seconds left, so there was no chance to reset and get back out there and make something of it for the drivers who got entangled and all of that. Let's see here. Going to try and beat a 105.805. Here's Jake Burton. I think I've got 2 turns left to go in this one. That looks pretty tidy there through the last couple of corners, but no, apparently not on the money, so we'll abort. I'd expect Gilliam to stay to the right because he got hit. And there we go, the only cars that commits. Leonage, the 951, which I think has got Dylan O'Shea aboard at the moment, as well as Scott and Hobson. And looks like, yeah, no improvements coming anyway, or from anyone there, which means I do believe we can now call qualifying and therefore start talking about our grid for the V8SCOPS Sandown 500 here in 2023.
Absolutely. Wow. A very exciting qualifying session. It's going to be James Scott and Jared Philsell in the Synergy Sim Racing WP Concreting car, starting alongside Jake Burton and Jordan Severis in the Alpha Venturi Racing 093. On the second row, it's going to be Altus Esports 201. Andrew Gilliam at the wheel of that car in qualifying, starting alongside 95 Sim Sports' 951. The championship winning car from last season, Trans-Tasman number 1, Myers and Maloney, starting alongside Griffin Gardner and Dylan Rudd in the 95 Sim Sports car. Lobs Esports 671, it's Brad Newman and Shane Van Gisbergen alongside Rayhan Leonage, starting the Phoenix Racing Team MHD car. Top 10 is rounded out by the Synergy Sim Racing 143, Jordan Ross at the wheel of that one, and Ryan Wood managing to get the number 62 into the top 10.
P11, Brenton Hobson in the 88. Synergy Sim Racing is sharing that car today with Brady Baldwin. We'll see how things go there. 777. First of our Altus Australia cars, it's Mike Taliancic and Blake Purdy sharing the wheel of that car. With Hayden Veld, you see there, our driver fastest in qualifying Group 2. Going to start this race in 13th, sharing the 053 with Kobe Williams. Sebastian Flock and Lachlan Capel will start at a 14th place in the Evolution Racing Team Mustang there. Blake Warboys and Josh Drage will start the race in 15th with WKMP Sim Sports. They're sharing row number 8 with Luke Mitchinson and Justin Wallace in the Gutter Night race on Oz number 13. 17th on the grid is going to be Ian Ford and Bo Albert. Looks like Bo actually might be the one who'll be starting the car in the 115. We saw 40 was the one doing the laps in Q1 earlier. Reese. Tom Freer in the 707 SSR Works Racing entry, sharing that with Jamie Stovall today. And our top 20 going to be rounded out here in a second by Thomas Freeman and Corey Shepard in that Fishy Motorsports number 6, with Craig Schultz in the 654 for Nine Tire Sim Sport, sharing that car with Zach McDonald. P21 going to be in the hands of Geordie Sinney by the looks of things here, the number 111 Altus Australia car, sharing that car with Teo Serrano. Seth Brown in the number 5, the next of our Altus Australia cars, and Andre Youssef going to share that 11th row together. Brian Borg in the 017, partner with Jason Bentons for the Piff Puff Racing entry here today. Michael Angus and David Kirby sharing 307 out of P24 to get this race underway here. Rob Carmichael in the number 24 Altus Australia car, the last of our cars from the stable, sharing today with Ruben Goodall. Michael Whiting in the 025, another one of Fishy Motorsports entries. He's sharing that car with Blake Delaney. P26 is where they will start this afternoon's race. Riley Bilson, Simon Zomo going to start out of 27th in the 995 for 95 Sim Sports. Connor Nixon now put that car in 28th place, sharing the Vimy Motorsports entry with Matty Jones this afternoon. James Chastaneff in P29, the Banter Alliance car, that also have Andrew Ritchie on board at some point. David Coleman subbing in for an injured Dylan Arthur. We'll see him share the Archer Brothers racing car with Jake O'Reilly. It's going to be Ken Latta aboard the Synergy Sim Racing 269. Jamie Knight at some point as well in that car as well. Timothy Vaughan, 026 Familiar Motorsports, be sharing with Oliver Pattinson. 31st, 32nd for them there. Troy Maguire and Brett Loxton, 33rd and 34th to start this race off, as we've got 30 seconds left before we get green. Justin McLean, Chris Miller starting in 662 and 666. Blackhawk Motorsport, Fishy Motorsport entries here today. It's going to be Simon Vella and Tim Mulford off of row number 18. Our top 40 rounded out by the Willie Bins Mayhem Republic 091 and Gutter Night Race on Oz. And our final 5 cars of Evolution Racing Team, Accelerate Sim Racing, ANZ Motorsports, the Alpha Venturi 57, and the Jinx Shifters 203. 1.5 seconds. Split the grid as the revs rise here to get ready to start our V8SCOPS Endurance Cup campaign for 2023. It's the Sandown 500 here, and we are go, as it's a pretty clean start at the front of the field. As up the inside, though, looking at TTR, jumping from the 3rd row. Brady Myers into P4 up the inside of the Altus Esports machine. Single file, and looks like it's 3 wide in the back here as we sort ourselves out. As apologies there, folks. Minor technical difficulties here We'll have footage back up for you in a second. But so far, everyone has made it through. Turns 1, 2, 3, and just about to make it through. Turn 4, all clean as well, as the leaders are streaking out ahead at the top of the field. It's Phil Self from Burton. O'Shea and Myers, your top 4. Coming on down into turn 6 now, and Dandenong Road for the first time. It's a little bit busier further on back, but it looks like a single file for pretty much everyone on lap 1 until you get down to Dandenong again. Contact, though, in the mid-pack. We've got one of our... Sebastian Flock's been turned around in the ERT car. Contact with Luke Mitchinson, who bombed it up the inside. And one of the Alpha Venturi cars, 57, has had to dodge around in the gravel. So that sends those 3 cars right to the back of the order. And then it's double file down through 11 and 12. Contact in the midfield as well. Chastup's gone around in the Banter Alliance entry, 427. Also seeing Simon Vella in the Pacific Esports entry dropping down the order, as well as Timothy Vaughan in the Vermilion 026. Actually, in the pit lane is the Vermilion car already, unfortunately, with damage there next to them. So, clean opening half of the lap, folks, here in the Sandown 500, but unfortunately, all kicked off at turn number 8, unfortunately there. Continue to watch here on my screens at the very least. Bit of scrapping between the SSR 269 and the Jinx Shifters. Pardon me, it's the 209. Loxton and Ken Ladder going at it on the exit of turn 4. As pitches come back, and right as they come back, trouble for the 662 Blackhawk Motorsport entry. Justin McLean is backwards in the Armco halfway up the back straight. And also the 393 Simon Vella Pacific Esports Racing car. They've come together, it seems, really unfortunately there. Looks like they'll get going, although smoking motor possibly. Yeah, big smoke out of the 393, unfortunately. They're going to have well, if their race is not already completely done and dusted today, they're going to have a hard time of it. Got to get back to the pits. As back at the front of the field here, working their way through turns 1, 2, and 3. It is still Phil Self from Burton, O'Shea, and Myers, your top 4. As we settle into a rhythm and get a chance to welcome back Reece Garner to the comment box after we unfortunately lost you during gridding there. But
how's that for timing?
we got half a lap.
Yeah, we did. And then, unfortunately, technical issues on the broadcast end as well. There's always something that happens during a V8 SCOPS Enduro. Oh well, let's hope that's the only time that happens for 2023 Enduros. Let's see how things go now that things have calmed down a little bit in this field. Got quite a few cars that have obviously suffered huge issues on that first lap. Seeing some smoke as it looks like Simon Vella's brought the Pacific Esports Racing 17 into the pits. But Jared Filsell is the one who leads the way by 0.4 of a second from Jake Burton. And this is the point of the race now where, okay, we've gotten the opening laps shenanigans out of the way. Those who have managed to keep it clean now need to get into a rhythm and figure out when they're going to pit, whether or not they are going to run a full stint or try and, you know, do a little bit of a shorter stint, try and reverse engineer their strategy. We've still got to think about potential for safety cars as well, but for the time being, everyone's getting into a rhythm and keeping themselves as clean as possible.
Yeah, indeed, as immediately we've had our first instant review as Gutter Light Race on Oz entry, which is behind the wheel, making contact with the ERT entry of Seb Flott, or cable number 8 on the road today, which isn't meant to be that case, but anyways, unfortunately lost a chance to show you the footage of it, but unfortunately a poorly timed move and bomb up the inside caused some heavy contact and spun both cars around. So drive-through penalty to the number 13 is the ultimate resolution there, which will see them tumble further down the order and out of the train. Check back in with our leaders here, Reece, as they start lap 5 of this race. Now, I was just going to see if I could find... so I actually do have a little sheet that I prepared for having spotted another Sandown 500 of recent. I actually have some rough fuel numbers for the race. Potentially up at around 2.5 litres a lap, as we'll talk about later, because Hayden Vell looking to the inside of Taliancic, turn 6. We saw that go horribly wrong on last night, actually, in the V8s category. We narrowly avoid that a repeat there, Reese, as Vel decides backing out and living to fight another day might just be the better course of action when you're on lap 5 of 161 lap endurance.
Yeah, another penalty's just come in from race control. Again, for contact on lap 1, the Fishy Motorsports number 6 car. Number 6 is down in 24th position at the moment. 23rd, sorry. Thomas Freeman.
Thomas Freeman and Corey Shepherd's entry. Now that, I believe, might have been for the last couple of corners. There was a second incident there. So, unfortunately for, Freeman and Shepherd, Shepherd's qualifying pace maybe a little off where he would like to be. Now going to be well out of order in the racing conditions, as well as this is starting to form up in behind Taliancic now. 12th place on back. If we add in also, 4 cars there with the 707. Here we go. Vel to the inside for half a moment, but not there under brakes to make the move stick. Now has to worry about the WKMP entry here. Number 63 has got pretty sure it'll be Blake Warboys aboard to start the race, and indeed it is. He tries to set something up, and in turn has to be mindful of Tom Freer keeping close company as well in the SSR Works Racing 707 there.
Yes, well, looks like Taliancic is keeping this pack nicely compressed. Need to keep an eye out for Bo Albert as well. See the ERT 115 behind. Bo Albert driving with Ian Ford and returning to Evolution Racing Team after... Oh dear, that's Brenton Hobson. Found the wall at turn 4. Okay.
Oh dear me, okay.
No good for SSR 88, and look at this is going to get interesting. Hayden Veld now side by side with Michael Taliancic, and getting a little push from Blake Warboys. Taliancic blends in behind them, and Hayden Veld is now at the front of this pack. So I suppose now the idea is he can try and work his way forward a little bit to Rehan Leonage up ahead. This is what happened to Hobbo. Just too much curb and getting onto the grass. And of course, there's only one way the car is going to go if you try to turn in on the grass, though grass is a little bit more grippy now, thanks to the Week 13 update.
Yeah, a little bit too grippy, perhaps. I mean, I can't say with actual fact. 1, I haven't driven in a real-life motorsport environment. 2, I haven't driven these cars in a real-life motorsport environment as well. Maybe there's a happy medium that needs to be with the grass. The gravel seems to be doing a pretty decent job, although it is very effective, I should say, at slowing cars down. So much so, rest in peace, the Bathurst jump, as there's been a move down towards turn 1 between Andrew Gilliam and Shane Van Gisbergen. Gilliam did not want to give that one up there, Reese, but SVG was able to get there to force it. Is Joe Stewart behind the wheel, perhaps, at this stage?
It is Joe Stewart. He's taken over the Altus Esports 201 there. Andrew Gilliam recently reconnecting to the server. I think the network issues he was experiencing during qualifying were just
measure at the very least as well. Yeah,
just needed to be sorted out. Just put Joe in the car for the start. Make sure that there is a stable connection on that machine, and now get back into the rhythm once again. Phil Sell is pushing very hard at the front of the field. So hard, in fact, that he ran off the circuit at turn 1. He is still able to keep himself with a reasonable margin to Jake Burton. It looks to me like Dylan Rudd in the 9.593 didn't have the best of runs out of turn 4 there. We're going to have another look here. Oh, goodness. That is a pass being put there on Richie Stanaway. That was Dylan Rudd just making the pass. Nicely done indeed.
Just the right amount of controlled aggression there on the run turns 2 and 3, and also the right amount of discretion there from Stanaway to let that one go for now, and maybe aim to get that one back later on, as we're almost about to hit double digits here for lap number 10, as we jump on board with Dylan O'Shea behind the wheel of the first of our 9.5 SimSport cars, the 951, with Brady Myers in pursuit there in the TTR number 1 in turn 1, but spaced out just enough at our top 7. aren't looking to exchange places anytime soon. What will be of note there is the 143 SSR entry. Driver in that one currently is Jordan Ross. See if he might be looking for a move on Stanaway in the not too distant future. And also keep in mind, got Rehan Leonage there in the Phoenix Racing Team 79, trying to shadow him as well. Now, top 10 having made a very healthy breakaway at this part of the race, with Vel then leading the next pack of cars for that bunch just outside the 10.
Pit lane penalty for car 662. Justin McLean in the Black Hawk Motorsport car for contact on lap 2. That car is obviously still carrying damage from said contact. So that will be a trundle through the pits for Mr. McLean. And he's actually going to come out just behind this top pack. Blends back onto the circuit just in time for Rehan Leonage to pass him. So the lead now for Phil Sell and Scott, it has not shown any sign of extending. I think they're just managing their pace at the moment. They know that they're in front, they know they've got the margin, and they know that they've got a big pack chasing behind, which might be taking away some of Jake Burton and Dylan O'Shea's attention from trying to have a proper run at the front of this field. But now you see that every so often they just pull out a little bit more. They are building a gap nicely. There's been a problem, meanwhile, for Synergy Sim Racing 269. Kenneth Latter is falling down the order. He is stopped, and that is at turns 2 and 3. I'm wondering if that is a self-inflicted? No, it is not. That is the Archer Brothers car.
Yeah, not a good look there, unfortunately. That will be reviewed in detail. David Coleman behind the wheel of that car at the moment. Coleman, of course, usually a driver with Fishy Motorsports, but has been subbed in to the Archer Brothers car today to get Jake O'Reilly on the grid, as Ladder trying to get back into the swing of things, now having to defend from the 85 of Tim Mulford and Luke Mitchinson. These are our final drivers on the lead lap of the race. I'll have another look at it here from the aerial cam. There's a bit of overlap, Reese, but I'd have to say it was probably not on enough. And then, secondary contact. Well, that just really makes a real meal of it. So we go back to live pictures there. Yeah, there's actually battling for the last couple of spots in the road, but crucially here, I hesitate to say, but it's as if Phil Sol heard you, Reese, because since we last checked in, it's only a 10th and a half, yes, you might say, but you can see it now. It's another car length to Jake Burton, and O'Shea looking a little closer to O'Shea's bumper Burton's bumper as well. O'Shea next to close to O'Shea's is a bit of a paradox. We don't want to go exploring too soon, anyways.
A car inside a car.
We save those for the pit lane.
We do. All right. Well, yeah, you can see that. Watch this on corner exit. Once Phil Sell gets on the power, you almost see the gap visually increase. He just leaves Burton behind a little bit more. Now, there's a couple of things that could be happening here. One, Phil Sell and Scott have decided now is the time to start pushing and get a gap before pit stops, assuming, of course, the race stays green. Or Burton is deciding to save the tyres on that thing a little bit, look after the rears, because Sandown, you would argue, is a rear limited track in terms of traction. A lot of acceleration zones. Yeah, that's interesting down there.
Car. It's the Black Hawk Motorsport car. Now it is a lap down, mind you, already, unfortunately, by the looks of things.
It's just letting people by.
And yeah, no wonder it's a lap down. It's got no front end on that car. So unfortunate for them. Is the 947 trying to get back out on track as well, and it's actually parked up a pit exit waiting for a gap. As a result of slowdown, first slowdown possibly of the day here at turn 7.
There we go.
And
beyond the curb.
Saw it a couple times.
Wheels on it.
And Riley Wilson maybe a little distracted by the Black Hawk car there, which was ever so slightly in frame there at turn 6. But the margins can be razor thin of course, around here when you're pushing, and especially when you've got a car like this that obviously not exactly inclined to want to turn for you. Delicate touch is required to get it where you want to go at speed. As we'll jump on board with Rehan Leonage at the back of the top 10 here for now, but hanging with Jordan Ross and Richie Stanaway directly in front, and for the most part still riding with your leaders in general, although they are starting to fan out, so they'll have to keep tabs on that if they want to stay in the rhythm as we get lap 15 underway here.
And pretty soon we'll be a tenth of the way through our race distance at 16.1 laps complete. Leonage, once again, incredibly quick, youngest driver in the field. And he is still sticking with this pack. He's trailing a little bit at the rear, but I think he's doing everything right at the moment to just keep himself in the top 10, potentially put himself and his teammate in a good position to take advantage when the pit cycle comes around. Leonage has consistently this season been one of the drivers to do something different on pit strategy. Of course, he has his dad, Laz, keeping an eye on things and being his race engineer effectively. So I'm wondering if they've got any aces up their sleeve when the pit cycle comes around.
You hope so, certainly, because they are starting to fade a little bit versus this top 6. That's keeping a little bit more nose to tail. Just there, just nice SVG. Almost doing a bit of curb evasion through the little chicane there in the opening sector. Really squared the corners off a lot more as a result, and lost a bit of ground to Brady Myers ahead of him, but not under pressure from Job Stewart just yet. So that's okay for him in the grand scheme of things. As 8.5 tenths now for the lead, as we'll show you. So it gets a little funky off of the turn 2 curb, and then trying to get it in for turn 3, just can't use the curb as he would like to there. So as I said, an update, the week 13 update, maybe some drivers initially reporting maybe the cars felt a little different over the curb, but sort of if they're thereabouts, maybe. All things considered, not necessarily certain as to if it was actually a change or whether it was maybe a bit of a placebo effect. But yeah, drivers trying to get it up and over the curb all the same here, and make good use of them in the opening sector in particular.
So a redress for Aaron Gilbert and Tim Mulford. So Tim getting past Aaron here, evidently not to race control's liking. A little bit of a bump around, and yeah, Aaron Gilbert got spun, and so the position was immediately redressed there by Tim Mulford. And
although I believe they will still have to serve a 15-second penalty at their first pit stop. It's been reduced, reduced probably from a drive-through penalty because the redress was voluntarily given, or it was voluntarily enacted straight away. But that will put the 85, unfortunately, a little further back again, which is something they'd rather not be, because they are now currently last of the cars on the lead lap, and about 12 seconds away from being lapped, as another drive-through penalty has indeed been issued. Whilst we look at this fight here, I think it was 34th or where it was. So we're going to go to another replay real quick here. Brenton Hobson up the inside of...
Oh, that's too deep.
017, and yet that's how to, I guess, get it wrong without, thankfully, hitting anyone at Dandenong Road. So he'll go full defensive against the 654.95 SimSport entry. But yes, the replay and contact between the Archer brothers, 222, and the Synergy SimRacing 269 has indeed been considered as at the fault of the 222. So David Coleman will have to bring the Archer brothers car down the lane for a drive-through penalty to unfortunately put them a little further down as well.
Yeah, that it will. unfortunate with Van Gisbergen now having a run at Myers coming into the first turn, and that's pushed Myers a little bit wide, but it doesn't allow SVG a way past coming into the chicane. Gives a slight advantage to Job Stewart as well. So this is truly a 3-car pack now, and second and third ahead have broken away. Van Gisbergen's starting to get racy here as David Coleman brings the Archer Brothers car in to serve that pit penalty on the other side of the circuit. See if there's any moves here coming into Dandenong Road. Van Gisbergen is going for it once more. Myers gives him a little bit of room on the inside, but once again, outside line results in better drive out. Job Stewart had to back out of that one, didn't he? This is a great onboard view here. I'm sure that, Job Stewart would usually like it if the cars in front of him were battling. Unfortunately, he's a bit too close.
Yeah, getting a little compressed there through turns 11 and 12, of course. Not able to capitalise. See here if Myers can maybe stem the bleeding and start working back towards the top 3, as there's been a little bit of contact down at turn 9 for a couple of cars into the round, the top 30, with the Wheelie Bins 091 losing a spot or 2 in the process, as Connor Nixon up the inside of Craig Schultz on the run to turn 1. Looks like that was an exchange of position there as well for 23rd, as here's what happened down at Dandenong. A bit of a check-up in behind the 462 ERT car of Dan Hall. Sebastian Fox trying to find a way through to begin working their way back forward, and you see that at the end of the replay.
Yeah, Schultz actually ran deep in the final corner. That's the reason why he had to give up the position there to Connor Nixon.
Well, looks like Nixon trying to keep working forward, because he's got his eyes on Michael Whiting and getting past the 025 machine for 22nd in short order almost, it seems, but not close enough to fully challenge at turn 9 on this in lap 20 for them. Now, critically, we're about halfway into the fuel tank range of the cars. They can do about 44, 45 would probably be a fairly straightforward bit of fuel saving. 46 may be even possible for the cars here on the full tank, which they almost certainly will have started with, because if you don't start with a full tank, that's extra fuel you have to put in the car, and you wouldn't want to do that by any definition of the word. So well, let's see how drivers choose to play that here. If we stay green in this phase of the race, and we're thinking about the 80 lap maximum stint, therefore you're probably looking at drivers possibly contemplating a lap 35 pit stop to go long in the second stop if they're thinking about an undercut race. And again, we do have a couple of drivers who are so I guess speed driver is potentially not the right word for it, because that's not necessarily reflective of everyone's pace and where they're at in their cars. It may be for some if that's how the pace differential works out. For example, here the 093 of Burton and Saberis, certainly not to put down Jordan's pace, but compared to the cars that Jake is racing around here at the moment, would expect the 093 to drop back a little bit once Jordan gets in the car, at least.
Well, we will see the truth of the matter in about 10 to 15 laps time. Let's see if anyone decides to throw a bit of a curveball and go early. Exchange for position down in 33rd and 34th, meanwhile. Vermilion Motorsports, Timothy Bourne has gotten by Damien Cairns in the Accelerate Endurance car, and looks to have been done at turn 1, that car, despite having no rear wing, and carrying some damage from earlier contact, still going very strong. Here is how it happened. On the way into the first turn, nice bit of slipstreaming there, and the move was done pretty cleanly. Pretty textbook overtake there. So, move on back to Richie Stanaway in 8th spot, trying to hold back Jordan Ross. The SSR car is one of the few cars in this field that is still in the position it started in. The others being, I suppose, the top two, and not many others besides. They're losing a bit over time to Dylan Rudd behind. It's only the matter of a tenth or so per lap, but yeah, apart from that, it's unfortunately a little bit of a brick wall that they've hit. Also noticed a few changes for position further back in the top 15 as well. It's just general moves being made here. Drivers trying to set themselves up for a good first pit cycle. Someone's gone off massively at turn 1 there, I think. No? I was seeing things there. Oh, maybe I wasn't. The Altus car has fallen back.
Yeah, I think for Job Stewart, he may have used all of the asphalt runoff.
Yes.
But got back to the road quick enough that, yeah, we didn't quite pick up. There you go, locking up the rears. And, yep, kiss of the grass as well for good measure. But able to just keep on going without too much further harm. But, yes, drops drops off the back of SVG, Myers, O'Shea and Burton. We'll get back to that later, though, because we're going to ourselves a scrap for 19th. Yeah, so the 24 Altus Australia car, Rob Carmichael, Brenton Hobson trying to go on the outside of Brian Borg at turn 6. Although he's going to say, oh, he just gets back in line there. For a second, I thought he was going to try and go all the way around the outside as they end up needing to go single file in these cars through 7 and 8, which, well, we saw that go horrendously wrong last night in the V8 support category. As a little wiggle on turn 12, becomes a big snap through 13 as Hobbo tries to get that car back under control.
Oh man, yeah. Hobbo hasn't had a very good opening stint of this race, has he? That car started in 11th spot and is now down to 21st, and it's just been a couple of mistakes from Hobson, and that certainly hasn't helped. Have a look at this. The Altus Australia number 24. That was a big curb hop there. And I don't know if that would have given them a slowdown, but it certainly would have given Rob Carmichael a bit of a literal kick in the rear.
Yep, thankfully landing on full four wheels as well. As we check in again with the battle for second. So Burton still leads O'Shea, Myers, and yeah, now Van Gisbergen. They have dropped back. You can see about almost 2 seconds to Jared Filsell in the lead of the race. And then these four cars all within, almost within a second of each other. Not quite. As Myers has had a bit of a moment through turns 3 and 4. It's going to make it 2 pairs rather than a quartet. He will try and defend a little towards turn 6, though, leaves it open here as we come up the back straight. Van Gisbergen looking, rolls out, though, not quite there in time to commit. Play the long game there at the 671. Now see if Myers can maybe work back to the bumper of those cars. You can see they've got the second of the Phoenix Racing Team cars here today. They have to clear. There's traffic, unfortunately. It's in Mulford. Now down a lap. In fact, the only car circulating it is down a lap at this stage. Is further on back, indeed, just as I saw it on my timing screens, there's been a pass by Seth Brown and Michael Angus, but Angus wants that spot back here, Reese.
Yes, he does, but unsuccessful in getting back by. Let's have a look at how it started earlier. Seth Brown just diving up the inside at Dandenong Road, and, well, he did go a bit deep, but managed to clear Angus enough that he was able to keep the position, and it seems that Angus has drifted out of the throttle a little bit just to give Brown a little bit of space. They, of course, have their own race to focus on. They've got their own running plan that they need to try and keep to as best they can. That pack behind is showing no signs of slowing down, though, is it? The Piff Puff car is still right at the front of it, and we're seeing more drivers start to catch up to it. This is a proper freight train.
it is. We're, in behind Rob Carmichael here. Back to Connor Nixon in the 168 for Vermilion Motorsports. And if this keeps going, Riley Bilson might be interested in getting in on the action, and he's bringing Brett Loxton with him in the HJR 209 entry. So this could easily become, that'd be a 7-car lineup. It is, would be a 7-car lineup for 19th place here on the road as they get that 28. If this group of cars started. No one in a position really there to contest, I think, in turn 1 by the looks of things, though. Yep, no, all single file for the front 5 and make it all 7 and go through as they were on the way down the front straightaway.
Good exit for Rob Carmichael. Brian Borg still holding Brenton Hobson off, and there's another race control decision up the top there. 5-second pit time penalty for Sebastian Flock for that earlier contact we saw on Vincent Skilbeck down at this location. Shane Van Gisbergen is in the pits, interestingly. So that is early-ish pit stop for the Lobs Esports crew. Looks like Brad Newman is going to jump into the car.
Well, yeah, that would be the only reason to do a pit stop this early, in my opinion, at least. Is choose to do an early swap. This could be a play here for get. Now, he's come in on 28. Add on the 50.
That's a pass.
Yeah.
Nicely done for Brian Borg, but it's slowed them up on the exit of the corner. Hobson fancy the look.
You know.
Easy.
I'll talk about strategy later, because this is all getting a little bit exciting here as Carmichael, trying to defend the spot, is able to do so. In fact, they're now stacking up behind Hobson in the 88 is Michael Whining and Connor Nixon, as they all compressed and uncompressed there through turns 4 and along the back straightaway. And single file for now. Is Nixon going to look? Oh, he can't go up the inside. Whining down the middle of the road just enough to cover off turn 9 from the dive. Working up into 11 and 12. Still single file for this whole group, and indeed it is now very much a 7-car train. And Hobson will peel in. Now,
yes, talk about strategy.
I ran the numbers in my head. SVG coming in here on 28. Brad Newman does his 54. SVG can go to the end of the race after that.
Righto. So that's a very smart play there by the Lobs Esports car. See what Brad Newman can do to keep that car reasonably in contention. Of course, Newman will have to get used to the car in race conditions. They would have done a ton of practice, obviously, but it always takes a couple of laps to really get into the rhythm when you hop in an endurance race. That car will have the benefit of a slight tyre undercut as well. So let's see if Brad Newman is able to elevate the position of that car a little bit, at least for a while.
We'll see what Brad can do, because the tyres obviously at his benefit here, and just whether traffic is willing to, because it will feel like traffic to him, even though of course this is all places for position on the road, and so drivers entitled to try and hang on to their spots where they're at the moment. But yeah, whether they will choose to defend or let him go when it's clear that he's got a bit of speed underneath him, we'll have to wait and see. You'd hope for both drivers' sakes, because if he gets held up a little bit, whether he starts trying to make moves a little bit more forcefully and things go, you could easily see things go sideways if someone tries to then also defend aggressively. So, yeah.
Oh, well.
I hope we don't see that.
Yeah, I hope so too. A little bit of traffic for this lot. Aaron Gilbert just letting them by on the front straight. Dylan Rudd, the leader of this pack, with Richie Stanaway still chasing him. Jordan Ross still looking for something here. Looks like Hayden Veld here at the 6th turn. Brenton Hobson just coming out of the pit lane. And
Brady Baldwin in the car, actually.
Yeah, Brady Baldwin taking over from Brenton Hobson. Yeah, wow. That was a bit of a moment there for Hayden Veld. Managed to keep it within track limits, but a little bit of a wobble for the 053, which is a very quick car. I'm just going to have to wait and see if they can keep that pace up for the last couple of laps of this stint.
Yeah, that was, I think, really showing how tyres are very much past their prime, and as the fuel comes out, the rear end gets just that, just a bit looser. And the desperation to stay within track limits rather than take the slowdown, it seems. Quite telling there almost from the 053, but in the end of it all, I guess, it hasn't caused him any issues. Has put Baldwin down a lap on our race leaders with the 88 coming in sort of matching the strategy from the Lobs Esports crew. I can also see that Tim Alford's just come into the pit lane in the 85, the second of our Phoenix Racing Team entries. Also Andrew Ritchie in the Banter Alliance Racing, number 427, has done a similar stop strategy as Baldwin. There, we've got 26 seconds apart of those 28 and 427. Put them on the strategy, we get a lot of track to sort of then on the little blue flags. They're going to have to negotiate as well.
That's the exterior view now of this fight with Dylan Rudd in the 993. Stanaway starting to lose a bit of pace to Rudd, and Ross potentially looking for a move soon. We're definitely right in the pit window for these cars. The question is which one of them is going to link first. At the moment, it looks like the tyres of the number 62 are well past their best, but then you could also say that for the 143 as well. Feels like every exit Jordan Ross is struggling to put that power down.
Yeah, indeed. There's a spread out down the back straight. It looks like they're going to be making moves into turns, turn 9 in particular, on this occasion. And they'll work their way up towards the last couple of corners once again.
Have a look at this. Big oversteer moment over the curb. The curbs are slippery here at Sandown. In some places they're harsh, but in some places they have very little grip to offer. So you've got to be very careful with how you use them. 95 SimSport 951, Dylan O'Shea. Certainly a talented steerer. And he's still right up here in contention for a podium in this race right at the very end. All the same, the win is looking a bit out of reach at the moment because Jared Filsell has continued to pound out those quick times. Jake Burton was the fastest car on track last time by, but not by much. 107.118, and Jared Filsell, I believe, still holds the... No, actually, it's Brad Newman and Shane Van Gisbergen who hold the fastest lap of the race, 106.5. Still, this lead is looking a little insurmountable for the 94 machine, and they're starting to come up on a bit of traffic themselves again. Justin McLean in the Blackhawk Motorsport car just ahead of Filsell. We're also going to have to deal with a long chain of cars here for our race leader. So might Filsell take this opportunity now and jump into the pits so that he doesn't lose all this time on track behind the traffic?
Well, let's see here. It makes sense to certainly come into the pits, but maybe he can get through it with the blue flags, because we do have expectations that you will observe a strict blue flag rule here in V8SCOPS, so you might be allowed through without too much of a concern. Now, this is really starting to heat up here, in particular between Connor Nixon and Rob Carmichael. Michael Whiting actually on the last lap got through, I believe, at turn 1 in the 025 machine, which then Saw Carmichael try to go back up the inside here at turn 6.
Ooh.
Gets it in, Whiting. That'll have been a slowdown surely for the 025.
Yeah. Yeah, there was indeed. So, unfortunate there for the fishy car, but sometimes them's the brakes if someone tries to move on you in turn 6.
Yeah, but he was able to hang on. Was able to get ahead, stay ahead, and actually pull ahead. I think he made the move back at turn 1 originally on lap 35. Did Whiting? Yeah, it was down the front straight into turn 1. Used the draft and got ahead there, and has been able to now, pull a couple of car lengths on Carmichael. Now has Nixon, Riley Bilson, Craig Schultz stacking up behind. But again, we check in with our drivers here, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Now over 10 seconds behind our race leader, who doesn't really seem to have been slowed down any much by traffic, it seems. And in fact,
yeah, he's staying out.
And on the last lap of the race, did the best for the car, 106.769. Has not quite been able to replicate that on this lap of traffic, but still low 1 minute 7s. As the fuel and the tyres wear out here.
Yeah, it's... Phil Self does seem to be making short work of all of this traffic up the front of the field. Fight's still ongoing between Stanaway and Ross. Well, apart from that, it's just a waiting game at the moment. Because that was quite the early pit stop, all things considered, from the Lobs Esports car. It's now been a few laps since their stop, and no one else has really taken it. That is a slowdown penalty for car 1. Brady Myers ended up overcoming the curb there at turn 7. And back in the pack once more. There's fighting all through the field. Doesn't matter which part of the field you're in, you have someone to race with. This is the battle for just inside the top 20. And Rob Carmichael continuing to stay ahead of Connor Nixon, the Vermilion car, followed by the 295 Mustangs, who running that lovely retro-styled livery. Here is the 111 Altus car, making a move nicely at turn 8 on car 307. Very nicely done indeed. And have a look at this. The pressure is increasing here. Apparently Dylan O'Shea has lost a bit of time himself. He is now right back with Myers. Burton starting to jet away in that Alpha Venturi car.
Gap of about a second there on the timing tower to Burton. You can see Burton has got a couple of laps cast to negotiate. This is how it's happened. So Burton up the inside of the 57 Alpha Venturi, which just has nowhere to go on the outside there. And that's checked up. The 951 is he has to leave a bit of space there to sort things out. Bring Myers back into the fold. Burton gets a breather. Although, all still working their way through these drivers here. As we approach the first proper pit cycle. O'Shea in the wall.
There we go. That is the first blip in the top 10 for quite some time. O'Shea just locking the rears a little on the entry into the chicane. Get another view of it. Actually, we'll get a view of something else. That is the 93 with Dylan Rudd getting a poor exit from Dandenong Road, and Richie Stanaway said, "Thank you very much, sir. I will go straight for that move," and now moves to the front of that fight over 6th place. And here's what happened to O'Shea. Just whoop, a little bit of a slip. He tried to recover it, but yeah, when you're heading straight for the wall there is no runoff at all on the exit of that chicane. So them's the brakes, except the brakes didn't do much for Dylan O'Shea.
Well, unfortunately, they did not. First driver from the lead of the field, apart from the 671 making the very early pit stop. It's going to be Job Stewart bringing the Altus Esports entry into the pits. Andrew Gilliam is getting behind the wheel of the, it's meant to be 201, is today the 35. As we'll see it here from Brady Wise, I almost got gravel, but I think that's more of the rear locking situation, as there's been a bit of biff and barge up at turns 2 and 3 on lap 41 for that pack of cars right there. And Blake Warboys, they're not too happy. I do believe he's here trying to get past Brenton Hobson, who's not for position. Who then has to let him go, and Albert trying to pile on the pressure here in 63.
It's been a tough one for WKMP so far. They're only up a few positions from where they started, and probably doesn't quite reflect where their pace is at on a good day. Fortunately, Warboys to the front of that pack now, and seems he has a bit of clear track to work with. That is not the case for our leaders. Andrew Gilliam has taken over the Altus Esports 201, meanwhile, from Job Stewart, as we saw. And this is the biff and barge you were talking about, Dan. Oh, Synergy 88 with Baldwin at the wheel, just giving a little tap to one of the Jinx Shifters cars, and the displeasure being made known. Seems like Warboys wasn't too happy with it either.
Yeah, no, that is not ideal, that's for sure. As a couple more drivers coming into the pits, the Vermilion Motorsports 026 is now in the box for Timothy Vaughan. And there will be a driver change with Oliver Pattinson getting aboard. Now, critically, with Gilliam now behind the wheel of the Altus Esports car, they've come out, bad news for them is they've come out, well, the gap is closing a bit now, but it was up at nearly 5 seconds as they got away. You can see here, obviously, more fuel taken on board. And actually, in saying that, because there's more fuel taken on board, I think actually I'd call that one a bit of a net gain towards the Altus car so far, because if they're only 5 seconds back and took on about 8 or 9 seconds more fuel, and puts them in a pretty healthy place. Mind you, in front of Newman, we've now got Thomas Freeman trying to, and does scythe up the inside of Dan Hall there pretty aggressively, so sorts that one out in due course. I also think we've had a bit of trouble for the 168 Vermilion Motorsports car, because I could have sworn I saw them come in, and indeed on lap 39 or lap 40 came in and did a pit stop driver change with Nixon out, Matty Jones getting in, and then I can see Matty Jones has left the server, and I do not think that was, he's had to come straight back in on one lap, and there's possibly some issues there. So that's put the 168 machine in a bit of a bad place. There's more cars to the lane. Griffin Gardner and Ryan Wood jumping aboard the 93 and the 62 entries.
Oh, okay, so we're getting news of a replay here. We were looking at Zach Vlasblom there going slow out of turn 1, and this is why. Try to move up the inside, lock the rears, and sent the Archer Brothers 222 nearly around. Ultimately, Vlasblom was the one disadvantaged by that. Now we're starting to see some big moves into the pits. Quite a few drivers in the midfield coming in, as well as, it seems, our number 94 car. And Jake Burton following Jared Filsell into the lane. We also see that Altus Australia 24, Ruben Goodall getting in the car there. Troy Maguire in the Fishy Motorsports 063. Lachlan Capel takes over the ERT 84 from Sebastian Flock. Paul Warwick in the Fishy 666. And Glenn Morris gets into the Wheelie Bins Mayhem Republic 091. That is going to promote Trans-Tasman Racing 1 to the lead of the race for now. Let's see who decides to keep their main driver in, etc. It looks like pretty much all of them are going for driver changes. It's a completely different set of drivers that are going to emerge from the pits here. James Scott is in car 94. Seth Brown is in car 5. Jordan Saberis taking over car 93. Brian Borg also coming into the pits and handing the 017 to Jason Benz.
Right now, the real shuffling is here. We go. Look at this here.
Oh,
Host of cars trying to come out, stay a little bit closer to the lead lap. There you go. Undercut has worked for the Lobs Esports car. They take what might just be should be the effective lead of the race, given how far back they were compared to James Scott. Of course, they do owe a good amount of fuel. In fact, they do owe, and that looks like 13 seconds of fuel to the SSR 088. So,
Dylan O'Shea, meanwhile, handing control of car 951 to Sean McNamara in the pits. They've just come in. They're waiting for the rest of the service to be completed. It's actually quite a... looks like 9.5 coordinated quite a bit. Simon Mazzomo has taken over the 995 and Zach McDonald in the 9.5 SimSport 654. So that leaves the Trans-Tasman Racing 1 car as one of the only cars in the field that hasn't come into the lane yet, the other being Ben Christensen in the ANZ Motorsports number 9. You also see that Aaron Gilbert in the other ANZ affiliated car has yet to come in, but they might follow Trans-Tasman 1 in here.
yeah, it's a very busy track out there at the moment, that's for sure. As Myers down onto the lane to get their first stop of the race underway. We'll now see just how far behind the 94 they come out, or if they come out right on them here as up back straight go. Parliaments Newman and Scott. Jake Maloney, you can see on the timing tower, will be jumping aboard the Trans-Tasman Racing entry there. As meanwhile, down into Dandenong we go. These two here. Tucked up a little bit behind the 666 of Paul Warwick, although not too much, you could say. Being told, TTR away there. Yeah, bottom of your screen. Maloney will lose out, well, won't go to the race lead here, which is not to be surprised, because there you go. Just see Newman eke into the frame there, Reese, but...
Oh, there goes Scott.
Okay, go. It's the 94 back to lead. Maloney into P3, though. Or stays P3, I should say, with that one there.
All right. A little bit more space between the cars now. And there was a lovely little exchange that just happened, and it's still going, actually. Blake Delaney involved in a battle with the 295 cars at the other end of the circuit to this shot. Came out of the pits, did Blake, having just taken over 025 from Michael Whiting, and he's been trying to keep those 95 cars behind for the better part of a lap. Ultimately, it seems that it's only taken them a lap to get by him. Aaron Gilbert also bringing the Henry James Racing 203 into the pits. That is the entire field now having visited the pits at least once.
Indeed. So the curious question will be, if this strategy, I think, well, my strategy that they're seeing from the Lobs car, which might just be to have Brad Newman do the minimum number of laps, and then let Shane take it from there, because he'll be inside the minimum stint length required to finish it up in one go as a solo driver. As 88, Hobson and Baldwin contact with the 209 jig shifters car lap 40. We'll see them have to serve a 5-second pit penalty at their next stop. So I don't recall seeing a car that was in the grass between turns 2 and 3, but I'm not sure exactly who that was, and was tracking someone else who was staying on track, and I'm being told that was what the penalty has been issued for.
Alrighty then. So we're all in the midst of traffic at the moment. The field is so shuffled around. There's cars everywhere you look practically on this racetrack. This is all the way back at the rear of the field. This is the last running car right now. Benjamin Smith in the Race on Oz 947. Unfortunately, the Pacific Esports Racing 17 with Simon Vella at the wheel out on lap 1. And Ben Smith at the moment 8 laps down on the next car. It's going to be 7 soon because that car is the Black Hawk Motorsport machine. Dean Power apparently at the wheel of that one now, but it's looking like it's going nowhere fast in the pits. So Alpha Venturi now have been shuffled back. They were in 2nd place. Looking at Dean Powell, it seems that he is ready to go, ready to take over. I think they're just waiting for repairs to be done. Oh, that's a pass. Sean McNamara, having taken over the 951 machine, is going to get the move done on Jordan Severus at the final corner. Severus tried to turn it in there, but unfortunately there was a car in the way. So 9.5 now up to 4th place. Andrew Gilliam in the Altus Esports 201 with another big undercut on the rest of the people in the top 10. Having moved up into 4th place, isn't that far behind Trans-Tasman Racing 1. Once again, for Hayden Veld and his teammate Kobe Williams, a little bit deep in the 053. That car has looked quick this afternoon, but struggling a bit of consistency. Speaking of struggling, it's Ian Ford with his front left tyre protesting into turn 1. And that's just ahead of the car that we just saw have an off.
Indeed, almost gives the spot straight back to Kobe. Half a lap later, but able to hang on there in that occasion. And then work his way down the back straight here. 12th and 13th for these 2 cars at the moment. We'll see how they go as I'm seeing more lockups into turn 1. Drivers starting to really struggle, even though we've just come out of stops. And saying that, a lot of these drivers doing changing over from the starting drivers to the second driver in the car. Does mean that drivers have to get reacquainted with how things are going out there, as Brad Newman has done a really good job to get the 671 up to 2nd place on this alternate strategy of theirs. But Maloney has got tyres that are 18 laps younger, and they might just have a little something more to give. Although, of course, less fuel means that Newman's car will drive potentially a little quicker down the straight, so as long as he gets it going without too much wheel spin, which looks to be okay through the first part of turn 6. Maloney close, but not enough to make something work there, it seems. We'll have to try again another time soon.
Yeah, minimizing wheel spin is one of the big elements of being fast around Sandown. As I was saying before, there's so many acceleration zones at this track out of slow corners. It really defines your lap and your race. If you can get good exits. A little look here from Maloney, but Newman covers it. Coming into first corner, and there aren't going to be much opportunities to make a pass here at turn 4. You only really see stuff like that in the dying laps of a race when things start getting desperate. These guys know that they've still got a long way to go. In fact, we are about to approach a 3rd race distance.
Laps seem to be ticking off pretty quickly here. And again, we haven't had to slow the field down artificially. We haven't had an incident that needs it, as Maloney looks to the inside of Newman.
Whoa.
Overlap there through turn 9, but not enough to take the place away. Although, given what I saw for last lap time before Maloney arrived on the back bumper of Newman, not surprised he's trying to find a way past, as we'll see them come across the line here once again. Now that, they're stuck together at the moment. Basically even, but on a lap prior it was a bit more of a gap as the doors left open.
There we go. He's done it. Trans-Tasman Racing into P2, and now Andrew Gilliam looks to take advantage on Brad Newman, who we would surely expect to be coming back into the pits soon. Meanwhile, a little further the back, Ryan Wood has taken 6th place from Jordan Severus. Wood, of course, taking over from Stanaway in the 62, and Severus driving with Jake Burton in that 093 Mustang. Severus has been falling back a little bit, and seems like he might come under attack from Griffin Gardner very shortly too, if he can release himself from his traffic. Here's how the pass was made, and it was really a nice move by Ryan Wood. Room was left around the outside. Good stuff from Jordan Severus, but excellent move from Ryan Wood to stick the nose in where it mattered.
Indeed. So we'll see here. Decent job on that lap there from Newman to hang with Maloney despite the tyre difference. And Gilliam actually has dropped back a little bit there from the bumper of the 671. You see there the last pit stop lap pretty comprehensively in favour. Now, of course, don't mind you that, well, of course, mind you, I should say, that Newman has got potentially 20 odd laps maybe in the car. And in fact, actually needs to do at least 54, don't forget. So there is that whole equation in play, which would require a safety car intervention to make it on a single stop. So I wonder how they are going to play it, because unless Newman will stay in the car for longer. So yeah, I was thinking maybe he goes to the minimum and switches over, but that would mean he wouldn't get his laps done. So see exactly how that plan works out, but we'll see here that Severus will use the traffic to try and break the draft to Griffin Gardner behind.
Yeah, he's still dropping though, isn't he? Unfortunately, suffered a mistake in turn 2, right here actually on the previous lap, and that brought Griffin Gardner right into the midst of this fight now. Look at that exit from car 93. This is going to be a slipstream and a pass into turn 6 potentially, but Severus is going to defend this position, at least for a little bit. But then Griffin Gardner gets the overlap that he needs, and up the inside, that is position change. The 093 now back to 8th place. And I'm thinking that Alpha Venturi will try and do something similar to what we think Lobs Esports are doing. Put Severus in the car for a couple of stints, get his minimum driving time out of the way, and then put Jake Burton in for the rest of the race. You would think that that's the strategy they're going for, because it seems like Severus, good driver though he is, doesn't seem to be able to match the pace of those around him at the moment.
Yeah, it does seem to roughly be how things are playing out at this point. And yeah, we did kind of expect this would happen, and look, it's happening, but he's also looking after the car whilst doing so, and I think that's important, obviously, for them as a team, that he doesn't get in too many fights. If someone is quicker, you'd find a way to let them go with the minimum amount of fuss and the ability to just keep on going as the race continues here. These three still stuck together, Maloney, Newman and Gilliam. They're being dropped by James Scott as this race goes on, it seems. There's a weather update for you in session. It has finally dipped a little bit. Air temperature is steady at 18 degrees Celsius, given that is the minimum we can set. But track temperature is, we go into the mid-afternoon, down to, well, just dropped to 25 degrees Celsius right there and then as we had the graph up.
Line goes down is good. At least 4 tyres. Does allow the tyres to overheat a little bit less out there. Of course, with the amount of energy being put through the rubber here, you're braking hard, accelerating hard, tight turns. Sandown can be quite a tyre-hungry circuit, despite its long straights. On board with Andrew Gilliam then, as he attempts to make the pass on Brad Newman. 2 cars that pitted reasonably early on compared to some others. 17 laps on this stint for Gilliam. It's going to be 29 laps for Brad Newman. And we're going to see these cars meet up again. They've already come together. The 88 and the 209. Goodness me. A little bit messy. But they still give each other enough room to continue on as per normal. Gilliam dropping back a little bit from Newman. But have a look at how much ground he gains through the chicane. That Altus Mustang is able to carry that mid-corner speed. Very important in that section of the circuit. Oh, Sean McNamara. Something's gone on for him.
He's dropping.
He is, unfortunately, seems suffered a connection issue, and he's gone. That 9.5 SimSport 951 that was doing so well earlier in the hands of Dylan O'Shea has now disappeared from the circuit. That's a potential disaster for that team.
Yeah, that is unfortunate and not what you want to see. And not able to be in a position to get to the pits and, say, prevent that from happening. So look on board here with Simon Mazzomo, and
that's an interesting pedal setup.
It is indeed.
Clutches in the middle. Don't see that often.
No, we don't. I can perhaps see why he does it. Mazzomo normally driving GTs and prototypes and such, more so than the V8. Brought in to co-drive for Riley Bilson here for the V8SCOPS Endurance Cup. And given the fact that we don't need the clutch in these cars for regular driving operation, even though a bit of heel and toe certainly looks the part, does mean though is keeps his feet spread out and comfortable, it would seem there. So that being the operative setup there for him. I have to say though, when we were last on board, last looking at, by the way, just looking at Newman and Gilliam, you said Gilliam looked quite strong in that particular time through the 2-3 chicane, but they're clearly running more wing, or because either it's more wing on the Altus car, which seems possible, also, or it's the much lower fuel in the Lobs car, which means that it's pulling away by half a car length in a straight line and not coming under any threat at turn 6.
Well, looks like this has turned into a bit of a three-way battle now. Brady Baldwin in SSR 88 starting to lose ground to Thomas Hinds, who's taken over the Jinx Shifters 209 from Brett Loxton. Now Jason Bentz is joining the party, sharing the Piff Puff number 017 with Brian Borg. Looking at the lap times, yeah, it seems like Baldwin is the slowest of the three, and Bentzy is trying his best to work his way up at least one more position for that car that started in 23rd place. It's been a good fight back from that car. Newman, meanwhile, facing another attack here from Andrew Gilliam, and up the inside, car 35 will go. That was a beautifully done move through turn 1. Almost looked out of control, but it wasn't.
Well, I was wondering if there was some straight line deficit behind the 35, but turns out apparently no, because he picked up a toe there nicely down the front straight and able to get it pulled up under brakes for the corner. So I guess that solves that issue there. We'll see if Newman can hang on to Gilliam, who's lost about 1.5 seconds to Jake Maloney, trying to get the spot off of him. 88 versus 017, Baldwin versus Bentz. Currently finding over 15th place, and they're being shadowed there by Hinds. As we check back in with the race leader for the fact that we have almost made it inside 100 laps to go here at Sandown.
Yes, now we can start counting things down. There was also a pass made, and it wasn't entirely intentional, I think, by Blake Purdy on Damian Johnstone. That was a change for 8th spot. Seems to me like Johnstone went deep at Dandenong Road, and Purdy just said, okay, thank you, mate, I'll go by. And, oh, okay, the 209 is now behind the Piff Puff racing car. What happened there, I wonder? Unless I completely missed that looking at my end. This is the 143 running deep. And through the 777 goes.
Damien Johnson behind the wheel of the Synergy Sim Racing Mustang there. Blake Purdy on board the Altus Australia Commodore, able to, as I said, get up the inside there on exit as we head back to this scrap here for, pardon me, this is 15th, 16th, 17th.
And I see what happened to put Thomas Hinz behind. Apparently, he was on the defensive versus Baldwin and was unfortunately shuffled out wide a little bit at the final corner on lap 60. And when he saw Jason Bentz coming through, he decided to just lift out of the throttle and let them go.
There we go.
So that's been the case for a couple of laps now. He's starting to come back.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, we'll definitely range up on the back of Baldwin here, who has lost a little bit of ground to Bentz. Although in a straight line, the Jig Shifter's car able to keep charging up towards the bumper of the 88. So no exchange in turn one on this occasion, at least. And look at the margin that Gilliam has pulled on Brad Newman now that he's being able to perhaps, I guess, just get a little bit more comfortable on the car with the tyre advantage and such. Ryan Wood trying to close in quickly here, it seems, on the 672. Jack Maloney also trying to keep doing his thing, because Gilliam has taken a couple of tenths out here and there. And yeah, on that last lap alone, pulled 3 tenths on the number one machine.
Yeah, it looks like Gilliam finally being released, and some incredible pace there. So Lobs Esports is now with the sister team of Richie's Dock Shop, and Ryan Wood is starting to gain a lot of time on Brad Newman too, but we keep an eye on Jordan Saberis, who's now looking at Blake Purdy in his mirrors. Purdy has been on a pretty massive charge in the last few laps. Remember, we saw him get by Damien Johnston in the 143 on the replay there. That happened a few laps ago. And look at the gap that he's gotten already. Look at the speed that he's carrying through turn 6. That's fantastic stuff. And there we go. That's another car running deep at Dandenong Road. Meanwhile, this battle has another twist in its tail with Brady Baldwin spinning the wheels up out of the final corner, and Thomas Hinz ready to take advantage down the start-finish straight, and Baldwin just files back in. There we go. That's the completion of the move there, or almost. Yes, actually, it is the completion of the move. Around the outside for 11, inside for 12, and Blake Purdy is through on Jordan Saberis. But you know what that's done? Back to live pictures. It has closed up this trio. Purdy doesn't have much room to breathe because Saberis and Johnstone are right on his tail. And I wouldn't want to be Jordan Saberis in this situation.
Yep, now got another car bearing down on him here quickly enough. What he'll want in terms of being, having to therefore just keep trying to drive the car, keep trying to maintain pace, trying not to get tripped up with anyone here, and just check off all these boxes about looking after the car and bringing it back to the pit lane in one piece. Now also a
lot of ground being made up there. Blake Delaney in the fishy car. Oh, just caught the grass there. And that results in a trip through the gravel.
That it does. That'd be a nice little slowdown penalty for his troubles as well. Also, whilst we were looking at replays, Ryan Wood, I believe, may have been released to some degree past Brad Newman. Hence the 62 leading the 671 on the tower. Being back on lap 65 by the looks of things there. So gap between those still about 6.5 tenths of a second. So Let's see here how much of a defense was put up. Yeah, no.
Could be a bit of a defense put up by Jordan Saberis. Through goes Damian Johnstone, but no, it's covered. And Saberis will fall into line, continue driving his race until Jake Burton can get back in that 093 machine. I love the ebb and flow that's been happening in this race so far. We're only one pit cycle in. We're rapidly approaching the second one.
Yeah, Simon Mazzomo's just gone for a bit of an adventure through the grass.
Oh dear. And that's the 35 now with a bit of damage as a result. So, yeah, Mazzomo with a little bit of a shock there in the 995. He's going to have to let these guys go, I think. Where's the 995 right now?
Down in 26th.
26th, yes. So they've already fallen a lap down.
Half the field is now a lap down on our race leader, just on sheer pace alone. And so, center of the car on the curb. I saw the end of it. Oh, Bucks on the way back up, and then trying to gather it up, but parks on the apex at turn 3 as Gilliam arrives on the scene as well. So you hope for the sake of Gilliam that his car hasn't taken too much of a hit from that. As Andre Youssef, that'll be a slowdown for you in the number 5 there. Trying to get past Josh Drage, co-driving that WKMP Sim Sports entry ahead. Also got the Vermilion Motorsport car. Unfortunately, that's the 168, which is now down the field after having to pit twice. Got on board with the replay here and see it from Gilliam's perspective, just trying to follow Maloney through, and suddenly there's a Mustang in the way.
Yeah. How would you call that, I wonder? Would that be classed as an unsafe re-entry from Mazzomo?
There's a possibility.
I mean, he had the right to want to get back on the racetrack, but I guess it could be argued that he could have just cut the rest of the chicane and rejoined on the inside off the racing line, potentially. But I don't know. Sometimes when an incident like that happens, you don't really have much time to judge how things are going to go.
Yeah, the split-second moment of many of these things certainly does mean you've got to be on your toes at every chance. Otherwise, it could end up not being where you want to be. Fight here for the final spot in the top 30. Chad Lewis holds it for now, but Justin Wallace would like to take that away from him, it seems.
Wall for Wallace. A little bit too hot through the chicane, and the Armco makes a new friend. Oh, some good news for Dean Powell and Justin McLean. Looks like the Black Hawk Motorsport car is back out on track, and it's got its front bumper back.
It might be 9 laps down, but good to see they're going to have a crack at it. As also returning to the track is Henry King, who's just completed the second stop for that car. So they're choosing to get it done early. It'll mean they'll have to stop again at some point during this race because King can't go to the end due to the maximum stint length rule in place. That being, of course, 80 laps, as Youssef will lob it up the inside for turn 12 and try and force the issue with Josh Drage, and he's got the nose ahead, it seems.
Connor Nixon's looking to take advantage of this. There's some room to the inside. Is he going to move to it? Oh, he's a bit too far behind to get by Youssef, but he will make the pass on Josh Drage. Nixon, remember, is a lap down. He is not in this fight for position, but I suppose you can't blame him for wanting to make up as much time as possible.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. For Nixon, came in at the end of lap 39 to hand the car to Matty Jones, and then, for reasons unknown, Matty brings the car back around at the end of lap 40 and immediately pits again. Second driver change takes place, and Jones disconnects from the server after handing over the car. So, well, presumably based on that chain of events, something away from the sim, or maybe it's something like internet connection or something like that needed attention. And so, unfortunately, that has put the 168 down in the doldrums a bit. And it's P37 for that car at this stage. Speaking of cars that have had connection issues, unfortunately, Dylan O'Shea is one of them. The 951 SimSport entry trying to break away from Oliver Patterson, I should say that. Just passed him in the past lap or so. And trying to now head off after the next car, which for him will be stablemate Mazomo in the 995 entry. 2 seconds up the road there.
Yeah, O'Shea, of course, back in the car after Sean McNamara had his connection issues. So
Newman boxes.
Oh, yeah, okay. So early, another early stop there. No more fuel left in the Lobs Esports car. Did 43 laps on that stint. So they have gone long. But yeah, O'Shea back in the car. That's going to result in potentially a bit of jigging around needed for the final couple of stints, because they still need Sean McNamara in there to do his minimum amount of laps.
Yeah, that will be important to keep your eye on. As we watch here, Bence and now that there with him. If we can actually find Bence. There's always trouble over turn 2 and 3. We've got a couple of cars entangling each other.
Oh dear.
Jamie McKnight in the 269, the Archer Brothers car and the Wheelie Bins car all tied up, and they've got to be careful here because we've got drivers trying to come through.
Oh yeah, the stops.
Yeah, we've got cars parked trying to get themselves facing the right way and out of the wall.
All right, well, that's done there. Looks like Synergy 88 also has come into the pits. Freddie Baldwin looks to be staying in that car, but yeah, the incident between these two wasn't too great. Glenn Morris running off the circuit at turn 1, and unfortunately got involved with Synergy 269 and Jacob O'Reilly in the 222. Yeah, Jamie McKnight, sorry.
Yeah, unfortunate there. A couple of those three drivers all getting caught up with each other, but they're all pointing in the right direction and heading the right way as well. So resolved for now, at least. As when did James Scott pick up damage on the right side of the 94? I don't remember that car.
I mean, he's been working his way through traffic for the last however many laps, so probably picked it up somewhere along there. News from race control, Simon Mazomo has been given a drive-through penalty for that rejoin that we saw earlier, which has been classified as unsafe.
Yeah, I think that would indeed fit the bill. It's possible. I think releasing Mazomo, best course of action would have been to just take to the grass and try and rejoin between turns 3 and 4 instead. Well, alas, it has happened, and I'll have to commiserate and, well, move on. You can see the gap between Maloney and Gilliam on the tower is about 1.1 seconds. You can actually see that it's a bit of traffic that they're also having to negotiate here too. So the 24 Altus Australia car's got Ruben Goodall behind the wheel, and that's not for position. Ruben does have Dylan Pereira chasing him for position. And yeah, they're together nose to tail, and then it's Gilliam there. Goodall and Pereira, 21st, 22nd in this race at the moment, and it's bringing Ryan Wood into the picture. You've also got Newman still in the car, and he is also down a lap once again.
And Dylan Pereira will move on through behind them. Have a look at the last lap times here. 106.8 for Ryan Wood. Now, there's a few elements to this. Number one, there is that damage the number 35 picked up when Simon Mazomo rejoined. But also, the sheer amount of traffic that these drivers are having to deal with at the moment. We still haven't had a safety car yet, and we are almost at half race distance. Oh, goodness, that's an attempt, but not successful. Andrew Gilliam flinging it into the corner and just staying ahead of Ryan Wood. Is there going to be an opportunity at the next chicane? Not quite. Looks like Ryan's going to hold back and just wait a little bit here as we get a replay of that one. Man, that was close. Did you see the correction there from Ryan Wood? Another race control decision. Synergy Sim Racing 269, Jamie McKnight. Black flag for contact as the move is done there for Ryan Wood at turn 1. He's finally through.
Blake Purdy brings the leading Ultra Australia car into the pits from P6. And we'll jump out. Like Taliancic to get back in. There it seems. There's this does say to me that unfortunately for Andrew Gilliam, Ryan Wood's only got about 3 less laps on his tyres, and at this point when they've both done over 30 on this current stint, that's not likely to be a tyre advantage thing, as I guess maybe you could say. I guess maybe the Ritchie's car is better on the long run, but there is also, of course, the question of just how much damage, or what damage the left has been sustained there in the left front, and what that's doing to the car. Let me check in there with Newman for a second, who's just clear. Actually, it was actually a position, I think, on the 79. But yeah, elbows out with Dylan Pereira, who's aboard the Phoenix Racing Team car. They're sharing that one with Rehan Leonage. As we head back to live pictures, and we'll check in a bit further back down the field here, Reese, at what looks to be the fight for 30th.
Once again, all through the field, there are positions to be fought for. Mazomo having, I believe, just taken... Has he taken that penalty? I don't think so. Not yet.
Yeah.
Oh, he has 2 laps ago, so my timing is... yeah, there we go. My timing's fixed itself. There we go. Mazomo now ahead of Anthony Wiesma, part of the Accelerate Endurance team driving with Damien Cairns, and Matt Whitaker in the Fishy Motorsports So 6-3 with Troy Maguire. Let's see how that battle turns out, because Mazomo is starting to jet away from them. Another car in the pits. Thomas Hinds brings the HJR 209 in, and looks like he's going to be staying in that car for the time being. We'll see when he decides to hand that one back to Brett Loxton. And did I see a little brake light flash there from Anthony Wiesma? I'm wondering if he might have a sticking brake pedal.
Let's have a look at this one here. No, he's going to head for the pits. So maybe that was try and perhaps give a heads up that he was going to do something a little different there. Maybe. Well, with pit cycles starting to happen here, drivers trouble at turns 2 and 3 for Justin Wallace and Chad Lewis. Apparently, it's tripped up a couple of guys there, and Thomas Hinds going to slot in between them as a result. Hinsey having just come out of the pits for his second stop of the race. Let's have a look here. Oh, so Wallace all kinds of loose there on the exit of one, but then contact in the right rear corner.
Yeah, righto. Well, Hinsey has made the move down at Dandenong Road on Justin Wallace. And I think we should expect a pit stop from both of those cars in the next few laps. Let's see the onboard here. So, yeah, Wallace does make a mistake out of the first turn. It's the end of that curb that tends to get people, isn't it? It's just that little dip. It just bottoms out the rear suspension and you lose all grip.
Yep.
Truthfully, not much Chad Lewis could have done there, I think. Aside from potentially back out. Yeah,
backing it out to avoid any contact there. Avoid contact beforehand, I should say. Yeah, maybe. That is true. But no position lost for Wallace initially, although Hin's on fresh tyres is certainly gone by. I'm just trying to see is when people can come into the pit lane at this stage in the race for the teams that have two drivers at least. Connor Nixon, off manager. Yeah, hearing that the 017 is in the lane. The Piff Puff Racing entry, indeed can confirm that one. Bence will have to get back in the car at some point. Hasn't completed his... actually, no, Bence is dropping out of the server.
Oh dear. That is a big issue there for Jason Benson, Brian Borg. Shame, because that car was doing all right. So that's another team that has had their race affected by connection issues. And Che is saying we know the feeling here at SimSpeed TV. Amazing that happened right at the start of the race for us. In any case, James Scott and Jared Filsell have nothing to worry about right now, at least for the time being. They enjoy a healthy 12.9 second lead over Trans-Tasman Racing at the front of this field. Now, they're currently approaching the end of the 37th lap of this field, and that is the random safety car that has just been called. I was about to say, unless there's a safety car, and now we have one.
Now, crucially, no one apart from Connor Nixon. Oh, there's been an incident down at turn 9 right as the safety car's been called for the 307 and possibly the 025, which are Fishy Motorsport teammate cars. We'll try and, but critical thing, no one's completed the minimum number of laps except for Connor Nixon and Dylan O'Shea. And those two cars, unfortunately, are a lap down. As we'll see here what's happened. Oh, no, the 307's gone all by its lonesome, and 025 has to literally... Oh, he stalled the car too?
Stalled it on the apex. Oh, dear. Well, no surprise to see that literally everyone is coming into the pits now to get stops done, fresh tyres on. Jared Filsell is back in car 94. But, of course, as you mentioned, Dan, aside from the two cars you mentioned, no one has been able to do their minimum driver laps yet. So, looks like James Scott is going to have to get back in that car 94 at some point.
Yeah, he will. I mean, obviously, yeah, for a pairing like Filsell and Scott, they're probably not too much of a concern as to who's in the car at this stage for a bit. It's just, we'll take a moment here whilst we're under safety car, let the strategy play out, and we'll come back to get ready for the second half of the V8SCOPS Sandown 500 here for 2023 on SimSpeed TV after a short break. Welcome back, everyone, to coverage from the 2023 V8SCOPS Sandown 500. We have 1 lap left of safety car here as one of our competition cautions before we will resume racing. Critically, Reese Gardner, while we've been under safety car, Brad Newman has completed his minimum number of laps, and he is handing the car back to Shane Van Gisbergen right as we speak.
Righto. So this really gets things spicy with Van Gisbergen in the car to the end of the race, and most other teams in the field still having to put their co-drivers in for a few more laps at least. This is going to be an interesting fight back from Shane Van Gisbergen in car 671, who's currently down the field in 23rd place. It'll all come down to how Van Gisbergen and Newman can execute their strategy from here.
Yep, certainly will. The only drivers to have cleared the 54-lap count, for reference now that we're, whilst we're here under safety car and about to go green, indeed, Newman. Also, Brady Baldwin in the SSR 88, so Brenton Hobson can take that car to the finish. As we mentioned before the break, Connor Nixon, who's done 78 laps in this race. Although Matty Jones, who's behind the wheel of the car currently. Never mind that. We'll talk about it later, because the safety car's in the pit lane, and Jared Phil-Solsor has absolutely thrown the hammer down off Dandenong Road. We're not waiting around here. We've got cars that are coasting into turn 6, and we're technically under green flag conditions here as the race gets back underway. The 269 SSR car steps aside. McKnight behind the wheel, that one for our top 4 at least should be able to get clear. You can see also the Altus Esports car looks to have been able to get things patched up in the 35 Mustang. Hopefully they'll get back onto the front pack as well, as we'll watch the field streak down the front straightaway now at speed once again. Phil Sell from Maloney, from Stanaway, from Rudd, your top 4 here, with Job Stewart in P5 as well to round things out at the front of the field.
And already Phil Sell streaking away. So let's see now how things work out.
Excursion for Jamie McKnight, turn 1.
There's a driver letting people by. It's Nick Rotto's taken over the Alpha Venturi Racing number 57 down to Dandenong Road now. And tell you what, this is quite the chase that's being put on here by Job Stewart in the number 35 car. Getting the car handed back to him by Andrew Gilliam. 9.5 Sim Sport trying their best to hold on to a position in the top 5 here. How long is it going to be before the next big incident? Because I am seeing it's a huge long train of cars here. People trying desperately to negotiate lap traffic and reassert their positions after a green flag. This looks like it could turn a little bit interesting. 3 wide. Shane Van Gisbergen now trying up the inside into Jordi Seni. Yep, contact is made. And Matt Whitaker will try and stay ahead here of Van Gisbergen, who's trying desperately to make up time. They are a long way back after that pit stop under the safety car. But who knows? It might be a race control decision hanging over Shane Van Gisbergen's head now.
It may be indeed. I mean, yeah, they've got a big pack of cars they've got to deal with. Yeah, we've only got 25 cars on the lead lap. No wave rounds for this event, so the only time you're getting a lap back per se is if you happen to have either not gone a lap down, or in the case of this safety car, not taking a pit stop. At the first is the 026.
Oh!
Oliver Pattinson, minor miracle, he avoids everyone.
Wow.
There it seems. Thankfully, no one else is taken with him.
Goodness me.
Oh. Let's see if we can get a different angle of that one, perhaps, and just see how close he came to clipping those cars there that he was able to slide by on the outside. My word.
I reckon an onboard from the rear of Justin Wallace ought to work for that, but we'll see the exterior view first. A pass being made by Dylan O'Shea right at the point where Patterson went straight off. Goodness gracious me.
Back to live pitch as we go, and Brenton Hobson up the inside of the ANZ Motorsports car. Unfortunately, him and King one of our cars, a lap down there as we'll jump up to 6th place. This will be Jordan Saberis, who's still got laps to go in this race before we can hand it back to Jake Burton. And if Bo behind the wheel of the ERT 115 is pressing on here as well, it seems. Looks to the inside down the front straightaway. And not actually out-braking Saberis, so it's going to be side-by-side through the opening corner. And not going to get that move done there.
So Saberis stays ahead for the time being. That Alpha Venturi car has been battling hard in the top 10 all race. Lovely little train that's happening here. Bo Albert in the 115. I mentioned earlier, Bo Albert actually started with ERT. Then he went to Altus. Now he's a privateer again and driving with ERT for the Enduros, right on the back of Saberis coming into Dandenong Road, trying to keep Kobe Williams and Michael Taliancic behind him. This battle pack, I think, is going to continue for a while because Saberis shows no signs of letting people by easy.
No.
Here we go. This is the angle I was looking for. Watch this. Yikes! Oh, there was contact. Only a tiny bit. That could have been worse. Way worse.
It's broken the right rear brake lamp. And somehow that's about all we got away with is this time.
Oh, there we go.
Albert able to squeeze through around the outside there. Saberis tried to stick it out, but no dice that time. So we'll drop back to 9th. Kobe Williams will try and eye off that position next there as well. As the laps tick by in this race, now we can add a couple more cars to the 54, or cars drivers, sorry. They'll tick off the 54 lap requirement. Tim Mulford in the 85 Phoenix Racing Team car. As being told, more troubles for us. Oh, there's been some fun at turn 1. So Joycing up the inside. They lock horns a little bit there.
Justin Wallace.
Oh, then he's in a bit hot.
That's adventurous.
So Sydney will cross back under 2-3, then tries to still keep Hobbo a bit in it at 4. So Hobbo will take advantage indeed.
Yeah, he will. And eventually would, I think, get past Sydney at turn 6. Right then. Calm things down again a little more. Jordan Saberis in the midst of it. But apparently Jay says, nah, going to excite you up again. Let's see what the number 93 has in store. Dylan Rudd chasing down Richie Stanaway. Remember, they've still got Job Stewart right in the back of them as well. This is the battle for 3rd. Jake Maloney has gapped them nicely. Jared Filsell is off on his own right now. That is almost a full 2 seconds ahead of 2nd place. But for the time being, Richie Stanaway probably thinking about the defensive here coming into turn 1, depending on how strong the slipstream is. It seems for the time being Dylan Rudd is not going to go for the big dives, but it'll all be about the exit of turn 4. Yeah,
being told a replay here for Dean Powell in that 662, so that's a little wide there for Dean. Thankfully, that's all it will be, it seems, for the Blackhawk Motorsport entry, which is still going, despite being 8 laps down on our leaders and 4 laps down on the next car up the road, as it were, of sorts, in this whole situation. Let's go back to live pictures, focus back in on Stanaway, Rudd and Stewart, 3rd, 4th and 5th, with Maloney there just ahead in P2. But Filsell once again taking the 94 out into a bit of clean air at this stage. Just seen a move by Lockie Capel on Josh Drage, the turn 6. It was good to see that didn't end up in tears. Drage didn't attack that one too hard. That moves the ERT machine to 14th. And we can catch up with Thomas Hins, because we've got a mix of lapped cars and not lapped cars in that group there. But under brakes there, Reese able to hold it down to the inside curb, and yeah, Drage thankfully also not challenging too hard there, because it would have been interesting if he had.
So, weather update. We have 23-degree track temperature, still partly cloudy. The track temp has continued to fall over the course of this race. It is currently coming up to 4 p.m. in sim time, and we have been racing for round about an hour and 45 minutes. So that is the mid to late afternoon starting to come into effect. I reckon we're going to be seeing some very quick lap times at the very end of the race if that downward trend continues.
Yeah, rubber going down on the circuit, temperatures coming down on the circuit too. Prime time for some hot lap action, that is for sure. But at this stage of the race, everyone in the rhythm. Let's keep on ticking by the laps here in this one. Seeing still though that Stanaway Rod Stewart not yet changed any positions in this group of 3 for now at least, as they continue to just try and tick the laps off, it almost feels like at this stage. We can now add Richie Stanaway, having cleared his 54 laps required in this race. Yeah, Tim Mulford, we've got a chance to say he already has done that, as did Brady Baldwin. 54 laps also complete for Dylan Rudd behind the wheel of the 93 machine on screen with us now, make that 55. Jared Philsell's just cleared his minimum lap count as well. Geordie Sinney in the Altus Australia 111. Bo Albert in the ERT 115. Anyone else new? Thomas Hinds in the HJR 209. David Coleman for the Archer Brothers car. Andrew Ritchie in the Banter Alliance 427. Craig Schultz in 9.5 for the 654. Chris Miller for the Fishy Motorsport 666. Already obviously touched on Brad Newman. Tally Ansich in the Altus Australia 777. O'Shea is continuing to clock laps in the 951 despite having 80 to his name over the course of the race. And a couple more. Brian Borg, Michael Whiting, the last 2 to have cleared their minimum lap count in this race. As news from race control, Reese.
Yes, so we saw that Shane Van Gisbergen got into the back of a car in turn 1 some laps ago. He's just been given a 5-second time penalty for that. So, race control evidently not looking upon that very kindly. And so that will further set back the potential race result for Van Gisbergen and Newman. I believe that's a... is that a post-race 5-second time penalty, or is it served at the pit stop?
PTP, so pit time penalty.
Pit time, okay, so he'll serve it at the next stop.
Yeah, where possible, penalties will be issued to be served at pit stops. So that we don't need to do further manual modification of post-race results. If pit penalties are not served, then they will be converted into post-race time penalties. There's a request from one of our viewers to see, sort of ask what the lap times are like in the field. I can tell you right now, from everyone from first, from second through to, it's a real mixed bag. No, get the right column, that might help you. Or just have a look at them there on screen, perhaps, folks. So, apart from Jared Philsell in the 94, most cars in the front half of the field, they go low to mid 107s. In fact, they'll update now here with a new laps worth of data. You can actually see there 107.0 for second, third, fourth, and fifth. But Philsell doing a 106.8 just means that, well, good work, guys. But Jared's
good luck, everyone else.
Yeah, Jared's pulled 2/10. Good luck.
Yeah. And of course, Philsell with a clear track ahead of him, all on his lonesome. The next car on track for Philsell will be Oliver Patterson, who's just coming into turn 1 right now. Philsell just exiting the final turn. So still plenty of space to be setting quick times, and that's another 106.8 from Philsell as he crosses the line again. 107.0 for Maloney that time. And it seems like low 107s for the trio of Stanaway, Rudd, and Stewart. They're all hovering around the 107.13 area. I did notice that there was a bit of a slow-ish lap for the WKNP Sim Sports car, Josh Drage. Did a 108.2 on the last lap. He has gained a couple of tenths back, but it seems that car is dropping a little bit and could potentially see himself in the clutches of Chris Miller, who is actually a lap down. Next car for position, of course, being Shane Van Gisbergen, who's a few seconds behind. Remember, though, when that 671 car with Van Gisbergen and Newman at the wheel comes into the next stop, they will be stationary for an extra 5 seconds thanks to that penalty. There's the gap. So that little flash of yellow you just saw, there it is again. Josh Drage. That is the goings on there in the midfield. This is quite the pack. Meanwhile, just up ahead of them all, heard a little bit of contact there. I feel like potentially Yusuf got a little bump from Brian Borg, but could be mistaken. Coming down into turn 6, Yusuf getting passed by Thomas Hinz on the way into turn 6. Looked like that move was done nicely before the corner came in. Oh, so there's the contact, the 24 making contact with Brian Borg behind, and that's Ruben Goodall in the Altus Australia 24. That car is a lap down, so he might have to dial it back a little bit. Hard to do in a pack like this.
Yeah, we'll see it on board here from Goodall.
Oof.
Thankfully, that was pretty light by the time he actually gets to the car. So not too many issues there, it seems, all things considered. Yeah, the only thing is that the number 24 is down a lap. No, pardon me, apologies. He was actually in behind. That was for could have been for position with Borg. Yes, was it the 111? Sorry, was it? We're looking at the one. No, sorry, we're looking at the 5 and 209. They were 12th, 13th. So it was two pairs that were racing each other there on track. And in fact, they are still racing each other on track because they're all still close together on the circuit at this stage. On board with Lockie Cable wants to go join Yusuf and Hinz in all of this here. Also got the wheelie bins car as a lap. There's lap traffic as well, as Josh Rage has lost his margin he had to SVG and just been passed for 15th on the road. But we'll stay here with Capel for a second. So he needs to clear the 24 as traffic. So please. Okay, there we go. There's the signal from Goodall, I think, that he'll step aside here down the back straight. Yep, there we go. Dab the brakes some more to just bleed some speed. So good to see Ruben making sure to not be... And the problem here is this is how it was done by SVG. Thankfully, pretty textbook up the inside for turn 1 at St. Bruce.
Yes, this time there was not a car in front of him. And the move is done nicely on the way into the turn. So that's one more position. A few more seconds potentially for Shane Van Gisbergen and Brad Newman. Coming up to 61 laps to go for our leaders. Have a look at this. Another battle. This is Matt Whitaker, Justin Wallace, and Chad Lewis. Wallace, of course, in the Gutter Night race on Oz Machine. Chad Lewis behind there for Evolution Racing Team. The car behind, the Banter Alliance 427, is down in 36th place, a lap down. Not a part of this battle, though. James Chastanerf at the wheel of that car is starting to look pretty quick. As Philsell crosses the line, we have 61 laps to go. That's 100 laps completed of the Sandown 500.
Indeed, hooray! We're getting there, which means that if someone was particularly ambitious, we're about 15 or 16 laps from a potential final pit stop. Doing that, though, you'd be trying to stretch the tank as far as it can go. And I would suspect that the drivers here, they'd be looking to go, well, and say that a lot of them can only really go a couple laps past the critical marker. So we'll see here just how long that is looking out the back of Richie Stanaway's number 62, Job Stewart in the 35. Come down the hill. Stewart just closing up rather than trying to make a move there on this occasion, it seems. So far, going all right there.
Well then, the fight not stopping for what is now second place. There is some gains being made here by Richie Stanaway, it seems. He's pretty level on lap times with Jake Maloney, but Job Stewart was the quickest car of this trio last time by, and Dylan Rudd with a 106.8 on the last lap. That's going to compress things in the battle for second. Meanwhile, this is where most of the action is, coming down the start-finish straight. Pretty big pack with Corey Shepherd putting the move on Michael Whiting for 27th position. And then just behind, Jordan Siberis trying desperately to keep Thomas Hinds behind him for 11th place on the road.
He informed some technical issues from another car out on track. It's the 053 of Kirby Williams and Hayden Veld. Williams is behind the wheel, and apparently it's issues with his screens. So curious to see. I mean, yeah, in a no man's land in the sense that can't make it home on fuel from here. Yep. Even though Kobe has done the laps, he needs to tick off his co-driver requirements here today. So I'll be hoping they get a bit of a chance to get that driver swap done as soon as as possible, because yeah, if there's issues that prevent him from seeing parts of the screen, that would make for a bit of a handful.
Moving through out of turn 4 onto the back stretch. Car 707 has actually had an excellent fight up through the field, hasn't it? Jamie Stovall now at the wheel of that one, and Tom Freer getting the first 44 laps done of that car's race. It's looking to me like Stovall potentially won't be in the car for the entire the rest of the race. I think he still has to hand back to Freer, but he's been doing a reasonable job there. Now, putting that car into the top 10 after starting 18th. And Bo Albert driving with Ian Ford in the ERT 115. I think there's a sense of getting the band back together there, because Ian Ford and Bo Albert, I think, certainly were teammates in the past and definitely like each other. So let's see what these two cars are able to do in the last 60 laps of this race. Keep an eye out on that 143 as well. Damian Johnstone putting some hard yards in the 143. We move on back to this long pack.
Yeah, just outside the top 10, Thomas Hinds getting the move on Jordan Siberis for 11th. And then you've got that 093. Then you've got Yusuf and Capel. So 4 cars here outside the 10 racing each other. Then we've got Brian Borg and Ruben Goodall racing each other at the back of the group. Fairly straightforward pass the inside of turn 1. Space left by Siberis there. No issues. It's back to live pitches, and it's Capel challenging around the outside of Yusuf through 11 to take 12, but he runs a little wide, which puts the 5 up high and almost half in the grass. And SVG needs no further introduction to take that spot. A few cars, if not the only car on that lap in the 106s. Yeah, everyone else at best is a low 107. So Shane. Got a little something left in the tyres there. They are technically a couple laps younger than everyone else's because they came in on the last safety car lap to get that exchange made. I think the number 5 might ask that one to be reviewed there at turn 12, but we'll see about that because there's a blip with the radio button, Reese, but no actual full transmission there.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. For now, SVG stuck behind some traffic here. Ruben Goodall obviously is fighting with Brian Borg up ahead and has no real pressing obligation to let SVG by, but still a good idea to get it done, as this is the move there, the defense from ERT number 8, which should be the 84. But of course, didn't get the right number on that car. Okay, now things are starting to get a little leery between SVG and Goodall, but cars 5 and 8, yeah, just a slight bit of contact there that set Yusuf off. Yeah. So Van Gisbergen not having much luck getting by Goodall for the last lap or so, but Goodall finally lets out of the throttle, and SVG is through to try and get past Borg and work his way up to Capel, who currently sits in 13th place. Fight not over for second, meanwhile. Trans-Tasman Racing number 1. Jake Maloney seems is still really well matched with Richie Stanaway, but lost 2/10 to the drivers behind on the last lap. Job Stewart still the quickest man in this group, setting a 106.9.
Yeah. Crucially, they had a bit of a gap between Maloney and Stanaway that they've been able to close down over the course of the stint so far. 25 laps in, and on their 26th since pitting. Their strong performance under the brakes at turn 9 for Stewart, but not in a position to sort it out as Stanaway on the headlights. Now, has to be careful he doesn't do that too much because that's technically not allowed when racing for position. Headlights are fine for trying to get cars a lap down to step aside. Stanaway looks in, Stewart almost looks out. They're on the way into turn 1, but they'll stay single file for now.
Yeah, Stanaway on the defensive now. This could give Maloney a little breathing room. Remember, all of these cars are on the same strategy at the moment, at least in terms of fuel and tyres, from what we can see. There's a bit of a longer stop for the 201, or the 35 rather, with Job Stewart at the wheel. I presume that's a bit longer of a fuel fill for them. So let's see if they end up going longer, or if they end up...
Damage repair, I think, as well, Reese.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Can't forget damage repair. That's a fair assumption. Car, of course, clean now. But that car is incredibly quick. And I think it would still have been rather quick even if it still carried the damage. Although it did seem like it was a bit of a heavy hit that Andrew Gilliam got when Simon Mazzomo rejoined the track in this location. That's a good exit from Myers, meanwhile. Seems like giving himself a little more breathing room coming through the back stretch. Replay coming. Apparently, Shane Van Gisbergen and Lachlan Capel came together. Capel in the Mustang, and oh, all right. Capel on the brakes hard there. Was Capel serving a slowdown, I wonder?
From what I saw of the incident, not really. It was just a case of he got loose into turn 1 and decided to give up the spot without any fight to Shane. And Shane almost just bounced off the side of the number 8 ERT car. So you see here, loses the rear on entry. I think just decides, yeah, I'm not going to fight you at this point, Shane. And Shane was trying to go, looking to try and get up the inside rather than have to do it around the outside there. I think at worst it was just a bit of rub and a carry on. Stovall's going to drop a bit of ground to Johnston, and Albert looks to be a tiny bit closer here, Reese, in what will be the fight for 7th. As they try and pull it up there for turn 1, and they do pull it up. See here, Stovall to give the car back to Tom Freer. Albert will give the car back to Ian Ford at some point, as Capel on the inside of Saberis at turn 1.
Oh, no.
Contact runs them both off the road.
Yep. Careful on the rejoin, guys. There's cars coming up behind you, and it looks like the redress is given there to Saberis. That has brought the 951 right into the mix as well. Dylan O'Shea still at the wheel of that car, but now he sees potential for a couple more positions from these cars recovering ahead. Yeah,
that's knocked back the 093 to 13th, the 84, well, it's the number 8 technically. The Cable to, that's 14th, and they were, well, actually, probably they only lost 1 spot to Andre Youssef, as O'Shea will close up under brakes. Siberus, bit of a cork in the bottle, but he still needs to hang on for at least another 5 odd laps. More like 6, actually. As O'Shea will absolutely fire it in, and he spins Siberus, half spin, straightens him back out. But that was a bit ambitious at turn 12.
Yeah, it definitely was. O'Shea definitely tried to take advantage, didn't he? Got by Capel cleanly, but was probably a little too hot into the final turn. And, well, he has let Saberis get back up to speed. He'll resume the fight here. Let's see what the exit is like onto the back straight, sorry. Here we go again with the P2 battle. We have both battles up for you now. O'Shea in the slipstream of Saberis, and Richie Stanaway still keeping Job Stewart at arm's length. Let's see up the top here what O'Shea decides to do. The door was open on the inside, and given O'Shea's driving in the past, I would have expected him to go for the move there, but evidently not. Seems to be at this corner that he likes making his passes, and oh wow, okay, slides across the front of Saberis there. I haven't seen that move done in a while.
And yeah, the way he chose not to attack turn 9, as you pointed out, it screamed to me he was going to try and throw it there at 11 and 12, and they're very lucky not to have had Saberis try and keep his foot in a bit harder around the outside, because I could have easily seen that being a case where he tries to clear the 093, I should say, and just absolutely trips over the nose and gets fired into the grass somewhere there in the final complex. So O'Shea through and trying to recover after that car lost a lap to, unfortunately, a disconnect for Sean McNamara. McNamara will have to get back behind the wheel, but here we go. Stewart trying to find a way past Stanaway, but no dice again as they work their way through traffic. That there being the SSR 269 of Jamie McKnight. Oh, here we go, for turn 4 actually.
All right, there he goes. Gets past. And that opens up the door to Dylan Rudd as well for a potential run coming into turn 6, but Stanaway is defensive. And, well, Henry King pulls over to let them go. Rudd falls back into line behind Stanaway. Is there going to be a move at turn 9? No, they're all pushing so hard at this point. And, I mean, we've seen some pretty epic passes happen at turn 9, but they've been very well judged. It's bit more difficult to judge when everyone is at the same pace and racing at 100%. Here's another look at
It's the second attempt, actually.
Yeah, second attempt from... Oh, actually, it seems like he's going to get it done here. Is this on the exit? Looks like it.
Yeah.
No. Okay. It was a second attempt from Lachlan Capel to get by Jordan Saberis.
Third time will have to be the charm there, I think.
Well, either way, another. I mean, it still tells the story, doesn't it? he's finding it difficult to get past Severus. The battle for 6th is still on. Damian Johnstone is starting to get reeled in by Jamie Stovall. And Bo Albert isn't that far behind either. This should be an interesting fight, as we are now under 50 laps remaining in the V8SCOPS Sandown 500 for 2023. If you're still with us, thanks so much for your continued presence. And I think we're on for a pretty good finish here. There's so many battles that have yet to be decided, and a few more strategies that have yet to come to fruition.
I mean, that was the big thing here, is that the safety car did sort of neutralize everything. As we're going to go to David Coleman in the Archer Brothers 222, because watch this here into turn 9 all by himself. But the rear is getting all locked up, deciding to invoke the words of Doc Hudson.
Yes. Turn right to turn left, indeed. Well, the fight won't be stopping here for Dylan Rudd in the 9.5 SimSport 93. He still sees opportunities every so often to get past Stanaway. Sometimes Richie's a little bit earlier on the brakes. Sometimes there's a little bit of a poor exit, but there just hasn't been that single clear opportunity for Rudd to get by. I mean, he's seen Job Stewart do it. He knows it's possible. But who knows? Might have to wait for the next pit cycle to get that done. Remember, all of these drivers on the same strategy. Everyone down to 9th place is on their 35th lap of this stint, so we should be expecting pit stops soon. Look at this though, bit of a poor exit from turn 4 for Stanaway, and once again Rudd can't do it because there is a lapped car that has slowed down, and wouldn't have made much sense going for the move. Oliver Patterson once again at Dandenong Road has a bit of an off, and Rudd almost saw an opportunity to get past Stanaway there, but potentially not much traction on the marbles on the inside of the track there.
Oh yeah, just got a little loose, as we see here. Kobe Williams, and this is Mike Taliancic. Now I believe this might have been, this has been an exchange of position somewhat recently as well between these two. We'll find it happen up the back straight away. So there you go, the draft, quite nice there. Just update your helmet, Mike. I see that helmet there in the rearview mirror.
Oh dear.
But there we go, Williams not looking to fight that one overly aggressive at this stage, which is good, because we're right on the bubble for anyone who wants to gamble on trying to go super long on the final stint in this race, given the fact that they could go another 5 laps and just basically split it down the middle. Funnily enough, I believe we will see drivers probably wait a little bit before their final stops. All right, is this finally third time's the charm for Lockie Capel if he can find a way past Jordan Severus? The gap's open. He's got to get it pulled up, though, at turn 1 this time.
Done. But for how long? Severus is going to come back at him into the chicane? No. There was an attempt. But it looks like that sealed the deal there. Lachlan Capel finally ahead of Jordan Severus. And look at how much time has been lost here for Richie Stanaway and Dylan Rudd. So much further ahead now are the 1 and the 35. Seems like it's just going to be between Job Stewart and Jake Maloney, or Andrew Gilliam and Brady Myers, if they get back in the car, for that second spot. And Richie Stanaway, he's trying so desperately to keep Dylan Rudd behind, but this time it doesn't look like there's a lapped car to throw a spanner into the works. Meanwhile, O'Shea, it seems, one of the first here to bite the bullet and take a pit stop. I would expect Sean McNamara to get back into the car, and it looks like that is the case. Now, do either of these guys try to throw a curveball and pit first? Get a bit of an undercut on fresher tyres? Not for the time being. They're going to keep going long. as much as they can.
Yeah, critically for O'Shea, because of McNamara's dropout earlier, has already completed 106 laps in this race, as Albert and Johnson, I believe, have just exchanged places. Indeed, they have on the tower. And Taliancic, that'd be... Oh, well, no kidding. Johnson and Kobe Williams bring the two SSR cars, 143 and 053, to the pit lane. And they will hand over to the primary drivers in Jordan Ross and Hayden Bell to finish this race out there by the looks of things. Just also looking to see here. Stanaway and Rudd starting to lose touch with Stewart and Maloney in these final couple of laps of what should be their final, or be this stint in the car, I should say. On board here now with the 93 of Dylan Rudd, trying to find something off turn 12, but the traction at lower speeds still good for Stanaway in that car. It gives him just enough, as we also got Jordan Ross a lap down now as he comes out of the pits. But it's enough to basically prevent any big moves into turn 1, I think, there, Reese.
Yeah, seems to be the case. This is the issue if you're low down in the field, or if you're even in the midfield and you're wanting to go for a stop. You stand a chance of going a lap down, and that can create further issues with blue flags and all that. Mike Taliancic gets back in the 777 meanwhile. With oh, sorry, yeah, my apologies. Gets out and hands the car to Blake Purdy once more. Car 35. Job Stewart right on the back of Jake Maloney here. See how much of a run he's getting through Dandenong Road. But much like Dylan Rudd with Richie Stanaway, it just doesn't seem to be much he can do. Actually, speaking to Dylan Rudd and Richie Stanaway, Richie goes into the pits.
41 to go. Basically splitting the final part of the race in two, with a little bit of an undercut here, it seems, to get things going. And it looks like that might be a driver change. It will. Ryan Wood will be handed the reins to finish the car off, or finish the race off in the car. He probably doesn't want to finish the car off until after the race is done. That would probably be what we call the not ideal strategy.
Car still has a job to do.
Indeed.
Until that 161. After that, nobody cares what happens to it.
Stovall and Albert still stuck nose to tail here. It's now apparently P5 as Stewart finally finds something down the hill into turn 9 on Maloney, but the crisscross from the number 1. Stewart in too deep. Maloney gets a nose ahead on the one to turn 11 here, Reese, and actually slots back in line. So good initial pass, but a bit hot in, it seems, for the tyres at this stage. Wasn't able to get the drive off the corner, and Maloney immediately boxes to hand the car back to Brady Myers.
I don't know if that's going to work out too well for the Altus car. Look at that move at turn 6. Oh, just enough space being given for both cars. It's the kind of racing we like to see, unfortunately. Job in a little bit too deep, and he's going to have to go yet another lap on those worn tyres. That could give an extra advantage to Trans-Tasman number 1 as Brady Myers gets back in that car. Sebastian Flock is back in the ERT number 84. And Jared Filsell still in car 94 here. Right in the midst of a huge fight in the low to mid pack. These are cars that are fighting for 30th position up ahead of him. Is he going to come into the pits this time? No, he's not. Simon Mazzomo, though, is going to jump into the pits ahead of him. I mean, Phil Sell is so far ahead on pure pace and on corrected strategy at this point that I don't think he needs to worry too much about losing a little bit of time behind traffic, and especially cars coming into the pits. But here goes Job Stewart once more. He is remaining out. They are going super long here for what is presumed to be the second last stint. Maybe they're looking at putting Gilliam back in the car and seeing how fast he can go with a slightly shortened final stint. Bo Albert, meanwhile, looks to be handing the car back to Ian Ford in the 115. Zach McDonald jumps back into the 654. Craig Schultz's time driving in this race is done. And Shane Van Gisbergen will move through into P4. Now, I think we are still owed a stop from Van Gisbergen as well. He's going to be pitting later as well.
Yes, SVG is on his 39th lap since coming in right at the end of the safety car. So coming in now would pretty much split this race for them in two. As there we go. Ryan Wood getting up to speed in the 62 and only a little bit of a tenth behind their best lap in the race so far as he rounds the first couple of turns they've got. Race leader and Phil Self just behind them, nearly putting them a lap down in this race so far as well. Also have to consider that in all of that one there, Ryan Wood able to undercut Brady Myers in the Trans-Tasman machine.
Trying up the inside at turn 1. 951 trying to get past the 79. This is the battle for 14th place on the road. Dylan Pereira still in that Phoenix Racing Team car. They will likely put Rehan Leonage back in for the final stint. And they're yet to make their way into the lane. 42 laps completed on that set of tyres for that car ahead of Sean McNamara, who's hoping, I think, that he won't have any further internet issues. Fresh set of tyres, though, big pace difference between them.
Bill Sell, Stewart, and Rudd all go another lap here. See here what will Van Gisbergen do. He will also go another lap again, so they're going to, well, stretch their tanks as long as they can go and shorten up the final stop, which, yeah, I guess that may, if you can, you reckon you can then use the tyre advantage on the overcut. That could work too, as in behind. Oh, geez, he's actually in front of Shane. This is Pereira and Pereira, McNamara for position, as well as Seth Brown. Sorry, all three of these cars here having recently pitted. Trying to see how they'll go here to finish off this race, and Shane trying to find a way through in all of this.
Don't forget, Pereira has
race leader in the pits.
Still not coming for a stop. Yes, there we go. So that is Jared Philsell and Job Stewart both in the lane. Philsell hands the 94 back to James Scott, and Stewart giving the car to Andrew Gilliam. Took a little bit longer there for that exchange to happen, but that's all good for them. Shane Van Gisbergen at the end of a pretty mammoth stint, not as mammoth as Dylan Rudd's or Dylan Pereira's, finally comes to an end for the Phoenix Racing Team car there. And I wouldn't be surprised if Rehan Leonage hops back in that number 79 to bring the car home. Yes, that will be the case. So, 45th lap. The 9.5 SimSport 93 is on. Dylan Rudd has put in a huge stint here.
Yep, would presume the car will be on fumes here, so should expect him to hold right, and indeed he will. Bring it up into the lane. Just see here, Gilliam has been able to overcut Ryan Wood and all this, and massively overcut Brady Myers, although got checked up by Skillbeck at turn 4, which is going to put him under threat here as he tries to get going again here. See what Wood does. Gilliam will defend middle. Wood wanted to go around up the inside. There wasn't enough room there to try and sort it out. On board here with Geordie Sinney, who's out of sequence, but could technically race these guys for position. We can see no traction will get dropped pretty quickly here out of the corners.
So Brady Myers has ended up behind Wood as well.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
that's
indeed.
interesting. the stop for the TTR car was 40 seconds. Compare that to 36.7 seconds for the 62 and 36 seconds flat for the Altus eSports number 35 car. Now, when does Van Gisbergen decide to jump into the lane? This was the big question.
He's on his 44th lap currently, so he might come in now.
Yeah, we know that they can go 45 laps, so will he actually decide to extend it for one more lap and try and shorten the final stint as much as possible? He will. Stays out in the lead.
There you go. We'll see what he can do with this here then. So we're also waiting here on Cine. This last car was in front. Oh, in behind him, the wheelie bin's car has missed the apex. That has, pardon me, that has released Brady Myers finally. So now start trying to use clear air to go play catch up. As there you go, fresh tyres. Fastest lap of the race for James Scott, 106.4 for the 94. As he continues to try and, well, the gap's pretty much at 10 seconds. Rebuild it to 10 seconds, I guess. And set up for the run home here. As we're about, 34 laps away from the end here of this one. And there's your effective, well, what is currently second and third, and should still be second and third. Because, yeah, the Lobs car poses a stop, and it should probably take them back to around the 93, I think. Maybe more back towards the 143 and such as well. Well, we'll find out, because here comes Shane.
Yeah, in he goes. Now, the minimum driver laps for Brad Newman have already been completed, so we expect Van Gisbergen to remain in the car to the end of the race. Pit stops being completed for Paul Warwick in the Fishy Motorsport 666. He has just taken over from Chris Miller after a long time out of the car. And also, Teo Sorono is back in car 111, taking over from Jordi Cine. And just behind them, the battle continues between Andrew Gilliam and Ryan Wood. Here we go. Stop complete for Van Gisbergen, and that's the 5-second time penalty being served. And away he goes once more. So let's see where he re-emerges. That will be 11th place at least as the Altus Australia 777 goes by, and we'll also lose a spot to the Jink Shifters 209 with Brett Loxton at the wheel. So Shane Van Gisbergen resumes running in 12th place. Will he be able to make up all of that time in the next 32 laps?
Yeah, looking at where he's at, Loxton, Purdy, Veld, Ford, Freer, Ross are all drivers I would think he would have a clear pace advantage on, but given the gaps he's got to make up, yes, he's got...
Yeah, he's a full half a lap behind the leader.
Yeah, unfortunately not coming back to the front without a safety car and pixel perfect driving to get through without any issues. Just trying to think about, yeah, where do you toss the net and say, I reckon he can get to X? It's, yeah, a little hard to say, but let's say around Hayden Valdery in 4 by the end of the race. You can pick those drivers off, potentially.
Yeah, so potentially get back into the top 10, at least. But yeah, like you say, without another safety car, it's probably not going to work out too well for him. And don't forget, there's all of the traffic around the track to take into account too. There's no wave rounds, obviously, so SVG would still have to work his way past cars just behind there. It looked like Ian Ford went way off the track coming down to Dandenong Road, and would have undoubtedly gotten a slowdown from that. Hasn't cost him in terms of position, though. I think it does bring Hayden Veld a little bit closer. This is what happened to Ford, and that just looks like understeer. Maybe a little too late on the brakes coming into turn 6.
Yeah, thankfully, no harm, or major harm, no big foul there. You would suppose. Well, Jake Burton has been able to get back aboard the Alpha Venturi 093, unfortunately, after running so strongly in the opening stints. But certainly, Severus has done a good job there. That car is clean and is handed back to Jake, but unfortunately, it has lost 50 seconds over the course of the race to our leaders now. The pit cycle has sorted itself out, so they'd be hoping for a bit of intervention, and you wouldn't put tyres on because, again, they've got drivers that close behind. It's not worth losing more spots, I would think. You're better off just holding your track position and trying to work your way forward from there. But let's see where he can go in this stint. He's got McNamara 2 seconds ahead, then another 10 seconds to Loxton, who's already been passed by SVG for what it's worth. So tick one off the box for the 671 in this final stint.
Yeah, and Shane Van Gisbergen is running pretty competitive times as well. 106.7. If we compare that to James Scott, who's done a 106.5, I mean, still pretty on pace. Scott still holds the fastest lap. That was one of Phil Sell's earlier laps, I believe. But that 94 is truly set up for this circuit. It's a really fantastic driving car at the moment, evidently. Dan Hall, meanwhile, trying to hold back Fishy Motorsports, number 063, for all that place. And they have another car in between them there, the 93 of 95 SimSport. And here we go, Hall lifting off to let Griffin Gardner go, who's taken back the 93. And now Troy Maguire potentially smells a position, but his rear ends also smell like smoke because he just had a massive slide in turn one.
Yeah, it's not ideal by any stretch of the imagination, but again, sometimes this is the test of who's got the ability, who's focused, who's able to still stay focused, I should say, and able to execute everything right here in the closing stages of the race. Keep on your marks and keep adjusting to the car as the tyres wear down from here. And hopefully not have too many more moments. Little lock came from just up ahead. The 091 really wins machine. Lock up for 40 further on back by himself in the 115. That's going to give Veld a free spot next to the turn 9.
So, Brady Myers, Dan Hall, and car 13, the race on Oscar. Myers trying to make his way through on these guys, but Myers evidently very unhappy with that, and that's the reason why Dan Hall was where he was. Myers obviously slowing up, but contact in Dandenong Road. Wondering whether or not there'll be a penalty for anything, because technically it was impeding under blue flags, but we'll see.
Yeah, little moment between Zach Vlasbom, Ian Ford, and Ben Christensen through turns 2 and 3. Thankfully, the most we got there was a bit of a bumper to bumper hit, and everyone kept calm and carried on. I just with Christensen going to be wide as Ken Latta. It's not even for position, guys, even though you are way down the order, unfortunately. Easy. Okay, we get through that one okay. Where was I going with this? I should say, with that one there with Brady and such. I mean, it was kind of an odd one there because he tries to get down and turn to the left. Here's what happened, by the way, off screen with Christensen Ford, and you'll have Vlasbom here. Just let Hayden Veld get through, and is offline and off pace.
Big pace difference there.
Checks up. The number 9 and the 115 both have a bit of contact. But yeah, with the Myers Hall Wallace one, just didn't look like Myers was trying to he's just trying to turn in, but he's doing it from the outside, which obviously has come with that risk. There is a Vlasbom in the pit lane. Now the AVR car, did they actually owe us one more stop, did it? 57. Yes, it did. It was off sequence to the point where it's just completed the 30-lap stint. And then look to wrap up from here.
We'll also probably be owed a final stop. It will be a splash and dash from the Team Jinx Shifters HJR 209. Brett Loxton at the wheel of that one. So keep an eye out for that. Look at the track temp. It's continued falling. It's down to 21 degrees. Might we see it under 20 degrees by the time we get to the end of the race? I mean, the air temperatures still stay pretty stable at 18. I don't think it'll fall that far down, but we'll probably see a 20-degree track temperature by the very end. And I mean, the lap times are just staying really quick at the moment, aren't they? We aren't seeing much in the way of massive slides happening unless drivers are pushing super hard. We're not seeing the really greasy track that we usually see when the track temp is about in excess of 35, 40 degrees.
Yeah, of course. Drivers are able to look after the cars a little better and keep on it as SVG looks to have found his next target. It's 777 with Blake Purdy behind the wheel.
This will be for the top 10.
25 to go, and indeed we'll get the Lobs Esports car back into the top 10. Let's see what the run's like down towards turn 1 as we take the overhead shot here. Oh, look at this draw. Okay, he's obviously closing up, and yet no defense offered. SVG's at the rear wheel. He'll get in there as we turn in for the corner.
But he didn't make it easy.
Well, for a second there, it was looking a bit questionable as to whether whether Shane could get it pulled up and get alongside in time. But yeah, by the time we get to the apex, as they're both turning in, he starts inching ahead. So out of the top 10 goes the 777. Still the best of our Altus Australia cars here today. Although fair way off the Altus Esports machine. As a replay for Benjamin Smith in the 947 race on Oz entry. Oh, it's in front of Veld. Just avoids it there. And carries on.
Bit of a lucky escape. Someone goes for a slide out of the final corner right in front of you. You don't really have much time to react. I guess your first instinct is to try and take avoiding action in the direction you're turning the wheel, but often they will slide towards the inside of the course. And there's really not much room on the outside either. You've got the wall right there and pit entry. And if there's a car going into the pits in front of you, then there isn't much else you can do besides. Battle is on for Jake Burton here, trying to get past Sean McNamara in the 9.5 SimSport entry. Don't forget, these two cars were battling hard earlier, but the positions were reversed. That was back when Dylan O'Shea was in the car at the same time Jake Burton was in the 093. So now we see how much quicker Jake Burton may really be versus Sean McNamara. Lap times have equalized between them. Seems Burton just not too keen to make huge passes, though he is making up an awful lot of time in the braking zone for turn 9. We'll have a look at their last few laps. Sort of low to mid 107s for Sean McNamara, and for Jake Burton, actually, it's been roughly the same. Burton was really fast at the start of the stint, setting high 106s, but it seems that the pace has gone from that car.
It's possible. I mean, yeah, also I guess at the same time, not quite sure how long he's been in behind McNamara, so that might also obviously have its influence there.
Yeah,
see, of course, what we can do here.
He's been catching up. He's been behind McNamara within a car length or so since lap 137. It's lap 139 now, so not too long.
Right, okay. So, I mean, yeah. We did see, I mean, able to hold the car at the front of the field in the opening stint pretty well. Also did have, decent. It seems to be decent there. It will drop somewhat naturally. To see how. So it really is this question of how hard is Burton pushing for this final stint of the race. You can see the drive there for the 951 actually looks to be superior on this particular occasion at least. So shouldn't be under threat into turn 1, even with a bit of slipstream to help Burton stay in touch. Oh, no.
Oh, dear. There we go. McNamara gives it up.
I'm going to have to own that one then.
That is one of the biggest commentators' curses we've had this weekend. Regardless,
never safe.
Yeah, never safe. See, I've sort of if you listen closely to my commentary, you probably notice that sometimes I tend to not go all out with praising drivers. I'm very wary of that happening.
I'd like to think I wasn't praising Sean too hard in that one, but at the same time, I did say he'll be fine. And then lo and behold,
yeah, even that
lock goes the rear is
just absolute statements of any kind. I dance around them more than I probably should.
Tread lightly. Beware the wrath that somehow we possess. Yeah. Well,
we are powerful beings.
We try not to use it on Seth Brown or Seb Flock here as they fight over 15th at this stage. What are we looking at lap time-wise between these two? Brown slightly faster than Flock on the last one, but there's been nose to tail for a couple of laps. You can see on peak pace, which they clearly can't hit at this point into the stint, given they have put over 20 laps each on the tyres. The ERT car might have a little bit more to give, but let's see. They'll be coming up to 20 to go once they get to the line this time round. In saying that, they are only about 6 or 7 seconds away from being lapped. Phil Sell is the next car on the road behind them, if I'm looking at my numbers right. So
Looks like it.
They go 20 to go now as 209 Jinx Shifter's entry,
although
which is in the mid-teens, now dropping back towards P20. Apparently needs... Oh, yeah. They are off-cycle, so they actually did indeed owe us one more stop. I don't think they were going to make... They were potentially going to be looking at trying to go 50 laps on tank of fuel, and I think that's a...
That's going to be tough. Unless they've somehow fitted an MGUK to the engine. They can run on electric power for the for the next few laps.
No, fresh tyres, bit more fuel. They'll try and push on home. They've come out of the pits in 21st place. Not too far behind Zach McDonald in the 9.56.54 entry. Also checking in at a brewing battle. This is actually our first cars a lap down in Blake Warboys and Brenton Hobson. WKMP versus Synergy Sim Racing here. Both of them lapping in, well, that particular occasion, 107.4 plays 107.1, so might see Hobbo make a charge. You've then got Serena Angus directly behind, another pair of cars for position. There, 18, 19. And of course, we've got the battle for second as Gilliam and Ryan Wood continue to work their way through the field here. And that last one, Reese, a 10th gained in favour of Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan Wood trying to fight back here. Get him and Richie Stanaway back into the runner-up spot. James Scott and Jared Philsell in excess of 11 seconds ahead now. Of course, there is still potential for a late race safety car, but if that doesn't happen, I don't really see much going wrong for the 94 car. They're good on fuel to the end, from what I can see. Obviously, tyres pretty much irrelevant for them with the amount of pace that they are extracting from that 94 Commodore. So for Gilliam now, it really is just a question of how much pace can he extract from that number 35. Last lap, he was a 10th faster than James Scott at the front of the field. The
And
ultimate pace
quicker.
of the 94 is about a 10th quicker in any case.
Yeah, 106.7, fastest of our drivers. So been told to look at the first sector. Pretty much, yeah, comes in all in sector 1.
Yeah, right. Sector 2, identical to the third decimal place, thousandths of a second. And again, just a tiny bit slower in the final sector for James Scott. It's really, oh dear, the 295 Mustangs here involved with the 222, who gets on the brakes early and leaves them be.
Which is interesting because the 222 is actually racing the 995, which is now a couple of seconds up the road. Can race that car for position. 653 is. So we've got here chief shifters and 654.
Exchange for position between those two.
Yeah,
and
Locks
then,
and Zach McDonald. And then, yeah, just they come out of turns 9 and 10, I think.
Jacob O'Reilly just decided that, well, Zach's already a lap ahead of me, so I'll just let him go in the braking zone. He'd probably have to anyway because of blue flags, and just try and fight another day versus Riley Bilson, who's in that 995.
Yeah, that is true. As according to those sector timings, the last lap difference should be a lot bigger than it actually is. Oh, no, actually, there's a 10th and a half back in favour of the ERT car. Funnily enough, down the back straight where it gets a bit of slipstream. But yeah, Seth Brown still leading Sebastian Flock around here for that's 14th place. This is the closest battle of our cars that are on the lead lap. As next best might be Tom Freer, Hayden Veld. They're about a second between the two Synergy cars there. And Jordan Ross is only another 2 seconds up the road. So could potentially have 3 Synergy cars trying to sort out who comes home in 6th. Then just outside our, well, once again, our first 2 cars still a lap down. War Boys versus Hobson, who looks nice. They're off of turn 9. Have to check back in a second and see if Hobbo can make something work. Here we go, on board with him now. Reese looking for the over-under through the final corner on the front straight, and I think he might just have got that one done.
Yeah, let's see then. He has a slight overlap over War Boys, who got a slightly better exit on the outside of the final corner.
Side is his.
And there we go. That is the dive. Hobbo gets up the inside of War Boys. Blake will obviously take the over-under line to line up a little bit better for the chicane, but I think that is a position taken there for Brenton Hobson. It's interesting to note that Hobson has actually been on those tyres for 3 laps longer than War Boys has, but of course the 88 car qualified a few positions higher. They've had to fight back quite a bit. Most positions gained belongs to the 462 Evolution Racing Team car with Dan Hall currently at the wheel. They are up 18 places. That's a pretty fantastic fight back through the field. Remember, they started in 41st place. If you're starting outside the top 40, if you have any kind of position with 2 starting, then that is going to be an excellent fight through. Team Jinx Shifters HJR car, meanwhile, Brett Loxton fighting potentially to get past the fishy car there and continue on through. Sorry, not a Fishy car. It's a Banner Alliance racing car. It's not full position, but he's having trouble getting past. Tom Freer in the 707 up 11 places. Look at that. Fantastic job right now. And who knows, he could catch up to the 143 in a short amount of time. They're running pretty equal in terms of lap times there, only 2 cars separating them. And yeah, I have to say, it remains to be seen just how long that will take. Speaking of closing gaps, Ryan Wood still working on Andrew Gilliam here. Was 0.2 faster on the last lap, and into the 106s for Andrew Gilliam again that time around, but it was another just under 0.2 in the favour of Ryan Wood here. So still not done for the last 2 spots on the podium here. The Synergy Sim Racing 94 up the front of the field is still lapping consistently in the mid to high 106s.
Yeah, James Scott continuing to just eke out the margins. It's just tipping past 12 seconds now to Gilliam as Block and Brown.
14th place battle ahead of him.
Yep. So these guys were closing up on all of this, and the last 2 on the lead lap, as they start to squabble, they will have to back off and let Scott through to respect the blue. And then we can get back to the fight. I get the feeling someone like Seb, he'll be trying to hope that Scott pulls up to the back of them and then maybe gets a bit of a toe down in one of the straights, and we can just roll out a tiny bit and then get on it into the corners. You can see aggressive though into 4 to try and get something, and he move aside, I think, here for the leader. We'll go up the other side. Yep, here comes James now. Door wide open. There you go. Does lose the momentum on Seth Brown, but a moment to reset, I guess, for someone like Seb here.
Could also use the slipstream of James Scott to for a little bit of assistance, catching back up to Brown, who will have to let Scott by anyway. And we will see James Scott cross the line ahead here, and we'll make it 10 laps to go here at Sandown.
Not long left in this race now as they watch our leader here head down the front straight away. So all this traffic around him that he has to continue to navigate. You can just see there in the background as he enters turn 1. Andrew Gilliam and Ryan Wood appear on screen for us there. Gap has blown back out a little bit as Gilliam has basically matched Scott's lap time last time around. 106.7s from our top 2, to be precise. Well, to the first decimal place, a small moment for Tim Mulford. He's spun at the final corner, pretty much in the 85 Phoenix Racing Team car, as we watch the leader there, Scott, go by Seth Brown before turn 6. So that sorts out that one there. Go and see what happened to Seth here as look back at 2nd and 3rd here. Indeed. Gilliam been saving a little something here for the very end of the race, perhaps. And again, we do have a 5-lap difference in tyres between Gilliam and Ryan Wood. This is a sign of what these cars are like once we sort of hit the 30-lap marker in terms of the big tyre drop-off.
Okay, Vincent Skillbeck here, alongside the 269 of Kenneth Ladder at the wheel, taking over from Jamie McKnight again. Good bit of side-by-side running, but unfortunately it ends badly for Ladder, who has to take a little trip through the gravel and the grass.
Thankfully it's only little, because yeah, that didn't hurt him too much in the grand scheme, I think. Just here, Hayden Vell still with us in Zoom as well in the 053, and we've got the doll and the shades watching along.
And Ian Ford in the background there, currently embroiled in some traffic. here comes Shane van Gisbergen as well. You see that the Lobs Esports Commodore is right there too. Zach McDonald is going to lift off and let 40 go. But that then might open him up to an attack from Luke Mitchinson, who's at the wheel of the Race Honours number 13 again. Here comes van Gisbergen, but Mitchinson still is ahead, had a right to turn into the corner. Will go off the road, a little bit unsettled. Shane van Gisbergen will make up that place. It looks like Zach Mack will have to let him by on the straight here. Will immediately, potentially, maybe not immediately, but get out of the way. Oh, and news of a slight technical issue for the Trans-Tasman Racing number 1 car. Brady Myers almost dropped from the server there. Hello, this is significant. The 053 car with Hayden Veld at the wheel has been given a black flag for contact on lap 151. And he's wondering what that's for. Is that been assigned to the wrong car? No, actually, no. That is the 85 of Tim Mulford, who was back in 42nd position. Hayden Veld went right into the back of him at the final corner on lap 151. So I'm presuming that is what the admin call was for.
Yeah,
take a look at it.
That'll probably add up here as we're going to look at it. You see here, everyone just checks up. Yeah, Mulford trying to cross under the 654 almost there. So back live we go.
That's put paid to the three-way synergy battle that might have been brewing in the top 10. It has allowed Shane van Gisbergen and Ian Ford to gain another position, and that is 2 positions gained then for van Gisbergen as he passes Ford out of the first turn. And so now, as we predicted, getting into the top 10 for Lobs Esports, will they be able to work their way up to 7th by the end with the SSR Works Racing 707 next car ahead of them? Looked like a pretty textbook move there for van Gisbergen, and Ford locked his wheels a little bit coming through turn 1, but still they resolved the position cleanly. 14th place battle still not over here, with Sebastian Flock trying desperately to get a move done here on Seth Brown.
Jumps on the headlights there for a moment. Just see, it's going straight. Either no traction out of turn 4 or running more wing, because in that particular instance there, he did not make a good run down the back straight away. We'll see why he flashed the headlights perhaps here with a replay from the start of the lap, presumably. So Brown slow. Little wiggle, and then he has to checks up, trying to hang on to the spot there. So Brown's starting to struggle with some entry grip, perhaps, at the rear, but Flock struggling with exit grip off of some of these slower turns. We'll see here. It's through turn 1 race. It's about even for now. This particular, yeah, they will both get through without complaint through 2 and 3 at least.
Yeah, it looks like there could still something in it for Flock on the exit of turn 1. Looked like almost like he was holding back ever so slightly, but I could be dead wrong there. Could just be my eyes playing tricks on me. Seth Brown definitely having the advantage on the exit of turn 4. And these 2 cars...
Ooh, trouble, turn 3. We've got Vermilion 168 and one of the Altus 24 cars have gotten together.
Oh, no. Oh. And that's going to be awkward for those drivers that are just off screen. It looked like Banter Alliance getting shuffled.
And the 995.
Oh, God.
And then separate to that, McDonald at turn 1 and the 654 goes around.
Jeez. Okay. Well.
Cue the replay machine.
Yeah. And we're hearing a mechanical black flag for car 24. So,
yep, can confirm.
Going to be an issue here. We'll see how it happened. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a heavy hit.
Yeah, front and rear.
No
Meet
wonder
the
there's a
arm go.
meatball.
From that angle there, that kind of looked like it was a bit of an ambitious move by Nixon. I think it's it should be Matty Jones at this point behind the wheel. I think, yeah, Matty Jones behind the wheel of the Vermilion Motorsport car, and then well, they're not separate. Well, Mitchinson looking up the inside. Was that for position on the 9.5 car? Trying to find it. Yes, it was. It was 22nd place, apparently.
All right,
Or 21st.
That's 3 laps to go for the 94, and the sun peeks out from behind the clouds once more. And the track is briefly bathed in golden sunlight as we approach 5:15 p.m. in sim time. The track temperature at 21 degrees Celsius now. Who knows, we might see it come down to 20 by the time the checkered flag flies. But James Scott and Jared Filsell, the gap at the front as they've been working their way through traffic has decreased. It's back under 11 seconds now, but they're still well ahead of Andrew Gilliam, who holds on to second place, and actually looks like Ryan Wood has dropped back from the Altus Esports car. I don't know, I think we missed that. Trans-Tasman Racing number 1 doesn't look like they'll have much time to get up to the back of them. I'm just going to go back and see if anything happened to Ryan Wood, because last time we checked in on the second place battle, they were right with each other.
They were, but Gilliam has now did put together a couple of high 106s, whereas Ryan Wood was steady in the 107, low 107 bracket, and now they're both also lapping in the, well, about 0.3 difference in the 107s at this stage in favour of Gilliam. I think may have just saved a little bit in the tyres there as Gilliam.
Yeah, looks like
to be able to just press on a little harder in some traffic moments as down through the S's here. Watching just ahead of your race leader there. That's the 269 of Kenneth Latta. Doesn't need to be racing the cars around him here because Blake Delaney is in a lap ahead in 24th. But okay for now as we see the leader take the white flag here. One more circuit of Sandown is left here for James Scott. On behalf of both himself and Jared Filsell to round out this race here, Reese. And all the time in the world it feels like to be able to bring it home here, it behind traffic or not.
Yep, still have to work their way through Kenneth Latta and Blake Delaney at the very least. Potentially Ben Christensen too, we'll have to wait and see. But it's been an awesome run for these two. It's been a while since we've seen either of them in V8SCOPS, but we can always count on them to show up for Enduros. It's been a fantastic run, nothing short of dominant from almost the very start. They have had quite a bit of a challenge throughout the last 500 kilometers, but that's going to be one final corner negotiated, and it is 10.5 seconds the gap as James Scott and Jared Filsell win the V8SCOPS Sandown 500 for 2023. Andrew Gilliam and Job Stewart will take second place in the Altus Esports number 35 or 201 machine. And have a look at that. Richie Stanaway and Ryan Wood are going to get a podium in the number 62. Trans-Tasman Racing 1 crosses the line in 4th place. Brady Myers and Jake Maloney doing a good job there. It is still on for 7th and 8th as Shane Van Gisbergen manages to work his way past the SSR 107, and that is a recovery to 7th place for Lobs Esports after being slightly off strategy and getting a 5-second time penalty as well.
And Haydenveld bringing the car back towards the 10, able to just hang on there in front of Jake Burton, who then jumps on the anchors in the 093.
Maybe had a slow down.
So thinking a slowdown there would be the thing that makes the most sense. They will be our last two cars to finish on the lead lap, which is the one safety car intervention. And as you said, no wave rounds, apart from those who stayed out when the leaders came into the pits under said safety car race. Yeah. That one filtered out there pretty quickly as James gets to work, burning down the rubber on the outside of turn 6. And add what's left of his tyres to the marbles there at Sandown.
Yeah, he doesn't need those rear tyres anymore. Although they certainly served him and Jared Filsell well. A few sets of them over the course of 500 Ks. Seemed like that 94 car always had the best drive out of the corners. They did a good job of looking after those rears.
They did. And yeah, the combination of, outright pace, stint pace, and just management of the car. To be able to execute on that, certainly something pretty fierce. That's for sure. As take one final look across the circuit, as everyone else is basically filtering into the pit lane now, whilst last of the tyres and fuel get burned off by James over there. I think with that all said, we should be able to bring up the race results here in a moment. In fact, it looks like James might just be calling it quits there at turn 6 as well.
So, James Scott and Jared Filsell win by 10 seconds over Andrew Gilliam and Job Stewart. Ryan Wood crosses the line in third, sharing with Richie Stanaway. Brady Myers and Jake Maloney finish in fourth, and the top 5 is rounded out by Griffin Gardner and Dylan Rudd. Awesome drive, very consistent from car 93. The 143 makes up 3 spots. Jordan Ross and Damian Johnstone driving well there. And Shane Van Gisbergen and Brad Newman will get a 7th place finish on the board, exactly where they started, in fact. 10 spots gained for the 707 of Tom Freer and Jamie Stovold, with Evolution Racing Team 115 making their way up from 17th to 9th. Brilliant stuff from Ian Ford and Bo Albert. Blake Purdy, meanwhile, will cross the line in 10th, sharing the 777 with Michael Taliancic in their first race under the new team banner.
5-3 of Hayden Veld, and Kobe Williams will wrap up the race in 11th, able to fend off Jake Burton, trying to bring the Alpha Venturi racing car there home, but 12th will have to do for him and Jordan Saberis. And that is it for our drivers who are able to stay on the lead lap. We then get into Sean McNamara and Dylan O'Shea trying to recover after the early troubles for Sean. They will at least get 13th. It was then Seth Brown ahead of Seb Flock for 14th and 15th, respectively there. Brenton Hobson, P16 for him today, sharing the 88 with Brady Baldwin, Blake Warboys and Josh Drage just behind them in 17th. Unfortunately for Holbrook, lost some spots. Same for Warboys, a couple of spots lost there too as well. Then we get into a couple more gains. 3 spots up for Teo Sorono and in 111 for the second of our Altus Australia, or third of our Altus Australia cars, sorry. Michael Angus just behind there. First Fishy Motorsports cars today there in 19th. And the 209 Jinx Shifters car of Brett Loxton and Thomas Hinz. To round out Reese there, our top 20.
Dan Hall in the 462 crossing the line in 21st place. That car was shared with Chad Lewis. Then we have Phoenix Racing Team MHD1 finishing in 22nd place. Rayan Leonage probably was hoping for that car to come home a little bit better after starting in 8th. Gutter Night Race on Oz, number 13. Luke Mitchinson brought the car across the line in 23rd. Delaney and Freeman rounding out the top 25, both for Fishy Motorsports. Zach McDonald brings the 9.5 car home in 26th place, with Timothy Vaughan bringing the Vermilion Motorsports 026 home. And then we had Jason Bentz, Troy Maguire and Paul Warwick, 2 Fishy cars there, once again rounding out the top 30.
Indeed, just behind them, at least on on James Chastner in the Banter Alliance Racing entry. The 31st, he was not too far ahead of Riley Bilson on the road, despite all being 2 laps down there. And the Archer brothers entry of Jake O'Reilly and David Coleman this weekend, 33rd to that car. Couple of places lost for all of them. Trouble for Matty Jones when he tried to hop in the car early. Unfortunately, sees the Vermilion Motorsport entry, the 168 that is at least here, back in 34th. Anthony Visma actually gets the Accelerate sim racing car up a couple of spots to P35. Same for Ben Christensen there in the ANZ Motorsports entry, up 7 spots for both of them to P36. Late damage for our final Altus Australia car. We'll see them down in 37th and the first 3 laps shy of the finish. Same there with Vincent Skilbeck in the Wheelie Bins Mayhem Republic 091 entry. Ken Latta joins them 3 laps down in 39th place as well, with Zach Vlasbom, our car 4 laps down to around the top 40 as well. Second of our Alpha Venturi racing entries here today. And our final cars across on the last page, the second Jig Shifters car 203 of Chris Cox had 5 laps down. Tim Mulford 7 laps down in the second Phoenix Racing Team car. Justin McLean and Dean Powell there in the Blackhawk Motorsport entry, they end up 9 laps shy. Benjamin Smith retiring, I believe, or otherwise at least 13 laps short of the finish. And our one absolutely definite retirement there, unfortunately, Simon Vella and Stephen Banks only made it 2 laps there, it seems, race in that Pacific Esports racing car. And I'll hand back to you now as we'll have a quick chat to our race winners here for the V8SCOPS Sandown 500.
Indeed. James Scott and Jared Philsell join us. Good to have you guys back here on SimSpeed TV. We will start with you, James. Looked like a pretty interesting race for you. A lot of traffic, I think, was the defining factor of that race for people who were up the front. Only one safety car meant that there was a lot of mix-ups there.
Yeah, there's lots of traffic. All the guys down the back. Struggling a little bit, and yeah, just trying to stay out of trouble and not get involved in their carnage was pretty tough for the whole race, really. They got a few clean laps after the safety car, but I mean, for the majority of the race, it was just sort of traffic every couple of laps, really.
And Jared, the pace of this car, obviously incredibly good. Synergy putting in a lot of effort in setups as per usual. I heard whispers that the car behavior was a little bit different after the Week 13 patch. Do you have any insight on that?
In my opinion, it felt identical. So
right,
bit of a placebo effect for some people, I think, but no, it felt the same. I think the track just didn't ramp up as quick as what it normally does. Didn't really see a rubbered line out there at all, to be honest. So I'm not sure whether that's an iRacing issue or not, whatnot. But no, car felt mega. It's identical to what it was. Been the same for the last 12 months, really.
Yeah, of course. Synergy 94 has definitely looked incredible in whatever series it races in, and also any Synergy car that James Scott's number is on. I'll leave it to you, James, to give shout-outs and thanks to whoever got it done for you guys tonight.
Yeah, obviously all the guys at SSR. Jared, obviously as usual, put in a mega stint. Made it pretty easy in the last stint of the race with a nice handy gap and some fresh tyres, so didn't really have to push the car all that much. Our sponsors, Watercraft Performance Setter, Dr. Epoxy, Too Easy Finance, West End Motor Group, Works Racing Components, Richie's Dock Shop as well. So that was awesome. So thanks to those guys. And yeah, you guys for the broadcast and the race control guys.
All right, James Scott and Jared Philsell, one on the board here for V8SCOPS Enduros for 2023. And very quickly, Dan, I'll hand it to you to have a quick chat to Andrew Gilliam and Job Stewart, who crossed the line in P2.
Yeah, thanks there, Reese. And well, congratulations, boys. New colours for you guys this week as well. The announcement, obviously, well, one, that both of you have been brought into the Altus Esports stable, but also your former team rebranding as Altus Australia. I guess, first of all, sort of how much did that sort of affect preparations, or did it affect preparations at all for you guys getting ready for these races here tonight?
If anything, it motivated us to push harder, to have a strong debut. Like, Simon's given us such a
huge opportunity to really develop as a team. So yeah, we just wanted to put on a really strong showing this weekend. And I think it showed with 3 of our cars in the top 20.
I mean, I think generally speaking, if we look at the whole thing, I guess it is true. Yeah, it's a fairly strong start for you guys as Altus Esports, and the Altus Stray Cars did all right out there today. But I guess you guys in particular, both of you look pretty consistent and on the pace there, running pretty much in the top 5, if not top 4, all race long. And I guess was any sort of moments where you sort of felt like you were advantages, disadvantages to the guys you were racing out there today?
Probably we copped a fair bit of damage with that rejoin around mid-race. So I think I was just finally starting to get into a groove with some strong pace before that happened. And then car was a bit of a dog. But we elected to wait an extra 10 seconds in the box, and we only lost 1 spot getting those repairs done. So I think that was a good call and got us back to P2.
Yeah, it definitely did look like you the damage repairs certainly helped you out there. Well, I mean, yeah, really well done to you guys both here. Of course, also for Job, also a great chance for you to see how you're going. Also, with your success elsewhere on iRacing with the Porsche Tech Heuer Esports qualifying series, heading into the Contenders series up next. Hopefully, look forward to seeing what you can do there. But I guess pretty happy with your part in the race today as well.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I was fairly happy with it. The first stint, just tried to keep it as clean as I could. Made a few little mistakes, but it wasn't too bad. Just tried to hand the car back to Andrew in one piece, which I did right. And then that second stint was more about just bringing it back up towards the front, because I think we're in 5th or something like that. So I just battled my way up to, I think, 3rd or 2nd place in that second stint, and then just handed it back to Andrew. And luckily we came back out in 2nd place, and it was up to him just to hold on till the end.
Yeah, indeed. Did have to make up a couple of spots, but looks like you did a pretty nice job of it all. Well done on P2 on debut for you guys. Who do you want to thank, as well as who you've already mentioned for the result here tonight?
Yeah, we'll just say a big thanks to the whole Altus crew for welcoming us in, and this whole new team aspect is really great. And just thanks to VRS Race Tech and the Altus Engineering data packs, which are also available on VRS.
Well, there we are. Our P2 drivers, Andrew Gilliam, Job Stewart, and Altus Esports returning to V8SCOPS in fashion there tonight. Reece, and do have our final team from the podium, so I'll hand back to you to quickly chat with Richie Stenaway and Ryan Wood.
Indeed. Welcome, guys. That was excellent drive for you guys after qualifying in 10th spot. I'll start with Richie first, obviously. The qualifying obviously could have gone maybe a little better from your perspective, but what kind of approach were you taking coming into the race? Was a podium always the goal?
Yeah, we didn't actually get a representative lap in qualifying. We kept getting traffic, so but yeah, I wasn't really sure we would end up in the race, but probably went a little better than I was expecting. But yeah, we're just lacking a 10th or 2 to the leaders and the guys in P2 a little at the end, and just struggling with the traffic in that last stint. But yeah, Woody did a really good job, and yeah, pretty happy with the end result.
Ask a question for Ryan Wood himself. Got to say, that fastest lap of that car from you was pretty stonking, 106.5. Got to say that the setup was obviously working pretty well. At least that's how it looked from the outside. What was your experience of the race like, obviously with all of the traffic that you guys were having to deal with?
Yeah, it was obviously Rutchie and the boys at the dock shop did their thing, and hooked the car up once again, and it's pretty easy when you can roll around with a dock like that. So Monday morning, make sure you get your orders in, and it'll be waiting for all the customers. So yeah, pretty cool.
Awesome. All right. Well,
I just got to say a huge thanks to our sponsors. Sorry, just keeps our team running. Big thanks to Fuel Cell Energy. Our team cars in at Woody's Paint the Body at the moment, which wasn't too good for them. Big thanks to Newman's, Bush Flicks. Unfortunately, there wasn't many Wallace I flags out there today, but No, that's all right. But the only other thing that helped this weekend was Jimmy's interior lighting. It really helped me and Richie find our belts in the pit stops. So I'm looking forward to Bathurst.
Awesome. I was going to ask if you guys had anyone to thank, but I suppose that will do it. Congratulations, guys, on the podium. And yes, hopefully we have a chance to talk to you at Bathurst. Of course, that is the next round here in V8SCOPS. Round 12 will happen on Sunday, the 24th of September. Of course, we have a weekend of supports and, of course, V8 action with the top 15 shootout, Dan. Oh, man, it's always the highlight of the year.
Yeah, it's going to be a big broadcast for us. Basically, the fact that the V8SCOPS itself bleeds over into 2 broadcast sessions, let alone all the supports action that will be on Friday the 22nd and Saturday the 23rd of September as well, before we then get into the big one itself. 161 laps of the mountain come Sunday the 24th of September. It's going to be long. We'll be completely dead, I'm sure, by the end of it all, but all the same, absolutely look forward to seeing what it will bring.
Awesome stuff. Well, that's going to bring to an end proceedings for tonight. Thank you so much for sticking with us here on SimSpeed TV over the course of this entire weekend. If you've been with us just for the Sandown 500 as well, we really appreciate you as well. Make sure to chuck us a subscribe on the YouTubes and like us on Facebook as well. We are SimSpeed Esports Network on that platform. I'm Reese Gardner, Dan Yeaman alongside me in the comms box, and Jay Kennedy handling production behind the scenes. That's 9 hours of broadcasting for me and Jay today to an end. Thanks so much, everyone, for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.